All right. For anybody who's here on any of the other channels, X or Rumble, I think we're live on YouTube, ScrewTube. This is only our second time doing it. So welcome to Mission Critical Podcast. Got a little drum going on in the background. Yeah. Hey, huge shout out to Chris, member of the band. Looks like we might be able to use that music going forward in the future. So that's pretty cool. But all of you freedom-loving boys and girls, welcome to Mission Critical Podcast. We're doing a live stream here tonight. Right. We're going to be joined a little bit later by Better Call Paul. We might have Squimby and also Blake from Fog Firearms might be able to join us too. So we'll see how that goes. But we're just going to start this off. So this live stream, we're just having a little fun Saturday night. This is way more fun. Well, Jeremy doesn't go to the bar.
Nope.
No, he doesn't.
Well, I'm not dead, by the way. I did survive my sickness, so glad to be back.
Glad to have you back, brother. It's glad that, I'm glad that you're not dead. That's always a good thing too. Very much appreciate that you're not dead, right? Yeah. So, but again, welcome to Mission Critical Podcast. We're doing a live stream. Tonight's subject is going to be Big Pharma, and this is going to be a big mess because you can already see there's so many things, so many issues revolving around Big Pharma. And, Jeremy and I were just talking just a few minutes before, and Jeremy was getting pretty riled up about something else. And then, so just as a segue into getting what we're, the meat of what we're going to talk about tonight, you think about Big Pharma, you think about censorship, you think about social media, you think about media, the military industrial complex. It really does seem that there's so many, levels of intersection or connectivity between all of those large corporate, entities. And I know Jeremy wants to do a mad minute here, which we normally don't do during a live stream, but Jeremy was red beard. His beard was red with fire.
He was almost on fire.
So do you want to just do your mad minute here or what?
Yeah, I might as well. In full disclosure, this is going to be the topic for next Tuesday. Because I can't deal with it anymore, just sitting in my head. And it's something that we've talked about 2 separate times, actually, on our podcast. It was part of, what would you call it, a 2-part series? I think it was.
I don't know if we intended, honestly, I don't know if we had intended to do 2 parts, but we ended up doing it. So why don't you just, again, the histrionics behind it. But cut to the chase. I mean, NATO. Jeremy's got NATO under the beard here tonight. So
so basically
just a mad minute though, because we want this to be kind of focused on Big Pharma and the MIC and all that stuff. But I guess honestly, in a weird way, NATO is also a part of that. That's also like some weird, big, larger than life entity that somehow seems to control what we're going to do with our lives.
Well, for me, I'm really on a grind about NATO. I think they are definitely it's definitely a less than desirable organization, in my opinion. They go under the facade of, we're gonna preserve freedom and democracy, or whatever the heck that's supposed to mean. And in the end of the day, like all NATO does is they provide this facade of a coalition style defense, but really whether it's NATO or the UN or any other type of worldly organization, look, this all has one theme in mind, which is one, it's entangling alliances, which is something that our founders overwhelmingly abhorred, and the other portion of it too is you can't really be in an organization like this without sacrificing your country's sovereignty. And you are at the behest of this organization to do what this organization wants you to do. And your considerations for your country are negligent. We've seen this with smaller countries in NATO. NATO basically bullies these countries into doing what they want, even though some of these smaller countries want to actually just look out for their country. And you're starting to see this with bigger countries. So, and it goes so much beyond that, but I really have a fire that's raging right now in terms of this conversation. And it's something I've been waiting to revisit for quite some time. On Tuesday, when we go to do the NATO episode. You're going to see a lot more of the reasoning as to why I detest these organizations, and most especially NATO. So I'll leave it at that. And I'm just telling you, Tuesday is going to be a freaking rager for me. So.
All right, we got BCP just joined us.
Hey, Paul. I'm complaining about NATO. Nothing to see here.
Hey, Paul, I don't know if you've got a little Mad Minute response to Redbeard or something of your own, but we weren't going to start with a Mad Minute. But again, Jeremy's so fired about NATO, and I'm just going to chime in, and then we'll get into the meat of it, or you get to do a little NATO comment. Then we'll get to the meat of it. But I mean, Jeremy kind of underplayed, he is going to, like, again, the stuff I just heard him talking about on the phone, I had to like slow down, Dragon. We're doing a live stream about Big Pharma tonight, but if you take a step back, it's the same thing. I mean, like, why are we not asking questions? And I'm just going to leave my comment with this. There's a movement. Matter of fact, don't quote me on this. Do your own research as always. But, our politicians are trying to make it where the president cannot remove America from the NATO alliance. So we'll save this for next time, but I just played out a scenario when I was talking to Jeremy, which isn't far. Here, I'll just say it. There's a war. NATO, compelled it, or NATO wasn't an innocent party. They were guilty. We had some guilt in it as well. Donald Trump is president. Donald Trump says, that's it. We're out of NATO. We're not going. Or he says, yeah, we're not going to go. That's not a lawful war. That's not a just war. And then our politicians undermine the president and say, no, we've got a contractual obligation through our NATO alliance, as a NATO membership, and we have to go to war, whether we cause it or want to do it or not. Like, you can almost see the maneuvering here. And how ironic would that be? The left, which is supposed to be the anti-war, anti-big government, clearly, and this is going to go into Big Pharma, and this is where I'm stopping because we got to get into the Big Pharma. That's exactly what's going on. You could have a situation where the president is like, no, we're not going to war. And then Congress forces that matter, or tries to force the matter and say, no, we're in this alliance. We got to do it. We got to send troops, by gosh. So, all right, Paul, what do you got?
Yeah, I think that I'm 100% on board with Jeremy on NATO. I think that most of those countries are no longer our allies. Now, we want them to be. Don't get me wrong. We want them to be. But they have done the policies that Biden is implementing right now at the southern border, and they've destroyed their countries. So I think that I'm absolutely, Jeremy, I can't wait for that conversation. But I'm on board with you, at least from that perspective. Second, what's with the jellyfish alien? And that's another story, and I'll be real quick. What I would say is, if you look at it, I've seen videos and they're comparing it to a Star Wars droid. The Star Wars droid goes back to Mark. You and I discussed this, how Hollywood has insiders in the government, right? They're getting this kind of stuff before we see it. So they saw that picture long before. That's why they created that droid in Star Wars, because the government already had that picture. It's not that Star Wars knew about, whatever.
Yeah.
It's that, so that's my Mad Minute.
Hey, I just got to throw this out there. Just in our, when we did that last episode, I had already heard that rumor from Blake. Blake had said, that day I was driving an errand, and he was like, "And did you hear this jellyfish thing?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't hear anything about it." But then, to your credit, I actually started hearing about it today. So we didn't. I don't think we brought that up in the the crazy things, the odds and ends or whatever we called that. But yeah, dude, jellyfish, jelly, and it just makes me think of the episode on Rick and Morty where they were all squids. God Almighty, what the hell's going on out there, man? But all right, hey, let's bring this back over from. What's that?
Let's move on. I agree. That topic is funny to talk about, but it's not something that we need to address tonight because it's old. it's good.
Well, it's just part of another slew of what the hell is going on, and I think that actually though is pertinent what you guys just brought up in kind of a Mad Minute going into tonight's conversation. So they are distractions. You have to admit. I mean, at some level, we're being so bombarded with so much information, we lose focus. And look, it's an obvious tactic. Hey, Hunter Biden just did a bunch of shit. He walked out, total contempt. But then so let's do some things about aliens or jellyfish aliens, and let's distract us. And if you take a even further step back, even that is a distraction from, hey, what the hell's going on? How is big pharma suddenly everywhere? And how is that like the thing that we all are supposed to espouse and be on board with? Sponsored by Pfizer, and all this kind of bullshit. We see it everywhere. So before you guys get into because I know you guys, when we did this on the phone, was that a week ago when we were all talking about this? So before you guys get into that level of detail, why don't we just start at the top, the 600-foot view? And so big pharma, is this something we should be afraid of? Is this neutral? Is this just good business? Is it actually, before we get into the nitty gritty, what are your guys' thoughts on that first?
You want to go first, Paul?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I do believe that I can say that back in the 80s and 90s, I absolutely supported big pharma. I thought they were, doing things that would help us, and they were unfairly treated. Then I started hearing about ADHD, and I won't go into too much detail, but they started inventing stuff, and the drugs came out, and then there was an issue that the drug could support it. It seemed like real crazy for me. So you bring us full circle to today, and the pharmaceutical companies are going completely through the government. They're getting immunity before they release. And okay, anybody that gets immunity before they release something that you're going to mandate, okay, they didn't mandate, you're going to encourage the population to take, that's a red flag for me, and I'm a no-go. So I will say that that combined with, why hasn't big pharma addressed the fact of the superbug? Penicillin, right? That was groundbreaking. And then antibiotics after that. Now we have a superbug, and we're pulling, drugs that actually kill infections off the market when they really help people. Z-Pak, I'm not sure. I can't take it, right? It makes me sick to my stomach. So, but, other people, it kills germs real fast. So it does, so does Purell. It kills good and bad bacteria. But I'd rather live and take a risk somewhere else. So they're saying, so-and-so had this issue, and they like to take successful drugs off the market. I saw it earlier with where I had a tendonitis issue, and there was a drug called Bextra. Mm-hmm. Honestly, you look it up, I think it was one guy had a heart attack. They took it off the market. That stuff actually worked. Now, if that would have killed me, I that's my fault. I signed that waiver, right? I'm agreeing to take your drug, and it's been tested enough that I'm going to take it. It works for me. I want to continue to take it. Nope, gone. So after that, there's been nothing that has helped with that issue. It's a knee issue from an accident, and so I started losing faith over the years. And honestly, the 2020 issue, I'm completely anti-pharma, because I've never seen so many commercials on TV. I used to see beer commercials. Forget the cigarette commercials, right? We're old. We saw them, but you wouldn't see them anymore. You see beer commercials. You see insurance commercials. You still see the insurance commercials, but all these other commercials that you see, everything's sponsored by Pfizer. What? Are you serious? And they tell us what to tell our doctor. Yeah, that's unheard of. When I would go to a doctor and say, "Yeah, I think I have this," like, slow down, buddy. I'm the doctor. I will evaluate you and then determine whether or not you get this medicine. And at that point, we would try something and it worked or didn't work. But now they are actively encouraging us to tell our doctors what to prescribe us. So, it's crazy.
So I don't watch normal TV, but as we bring this over to Redbeard, but to your point, so like, if I'm hanging out with Cindy in the sewing room, she has a TV on, and this is going to sound like a stupid story, but it goes to Paul's point. So she's watching normal TV, and so there's all the normal commercials, and we'll be in there talking about something, whatever the case is, working on a project, and a commercial come up. And Paul, to your point, it's suddenly like like you said, it's like every commercial is like, you probably have this and you should talk to your doctor and you should get this prescribed to your doctor should prescribe this to you. But then no one ever like pays attention to the last like 30 seconds of the video or the commercial. And I'm exaggerating there, but it's like 30 seconds of, and here's the side effects: death, congenital heart disease, and there's all this shit, but you need to take this because you're feeling a little depressed today, or you've got a scab or a boo-boo or something. You're absolutely right. It's that in itself should be very alerting to people. Like, whoa, hang on a second, man. And then to your point, as I turn this over to Redbeard, then maybe you'll jump on this. Dude, it used to be between me and my doctor. And if you look at the last unpleasantness, suddenly doctors, if a doctor came out and started saying, no, my patient shouldn't do this and we shouldn't be doing this, that doesn't make any medical sense. They too were being censored. And they too were being ostracized. So there's clearly a game afoot here. That's my perspective. Redbeard?
Yep. So there's a couple different things as it pertains to pharma and the development of big pharma. The first thing is we used to have doctors that were involved in preventative medicine. Most of the things that doctors would, especially family doctors, they would do house calls. They would, you used to see clinics and not all just hospitals. Like I personally, I preferred the small clinic that we used to have. I think there was like 2 of them here where me and Mark live, and the care was way better. There was a lot more concern about your general health. There was a lot more concern about your general well-being. You didn't feel like a number. And so when you look at the medical system and how it's impacted by big pharma, we no longer have a system where the majority of these healthcare providers and doctors and stuff like that have an interest in preventative medicine. They have more of a interest in selling you whatever pill they're told they can get a bonus from. And now I want to be pretty clear about this. It does make sense to say that not every doctor is a morally bankrupt human being. There are still good doctors out there. And if you find one, count yourself lucky, because that person is probably going to be one of the best friends you have in your life, simply because of the fact that they genuinely care about you. Most doctors, in my experience, have always tried to sell me something, whether it was a pill or whatever. Another point that I want to make is when you evaluate these commercials are implying upon you, or rather impressing upon you, that you have a problem, when in fact you may not even have the problem that they're saying that you have to begin with. It's a brand of marketing that's very much in the realm of, repetitious propaganda, which is they continue to tell you have a problem to convince you do, so that way you can go buy a pill that you don't actually need. Again, this very much factors into the realm of preventative medicine and the departure from that to a pill pushing form of medicine. And on a final note, I just want to say that when you look at how the population is, at least in the United States, I can't speak for other countries because I don't live in other countries. I live here. What we've started to see is a very, very insidious, very politically correct realm, to where we are glorifying rampant overweight issues and obesity, as well as malnutrition issues. And where you have people that are literally marketing the fact that eggs, meat, dairy, all of these different things they're not good for you. Too much exercise, not good for you. And so what does this create? This creates a system of dependency on people whose health is being absolutely destroyed by this complex, to where you're getting people that are wholly dependent on literally repetitive healthcare requirements, as opposed to people who go into the doctor's office that have a broken arm or a basic cold or something like that, and are otherwise healthy. They don't want people healthy. They want people dependent on their drugs, because they are the biggest drug dealer in the world, and they don't make money when you're healthy. and I'll yield.
And then Red Blackbeard's here, Redbeard. So I'm going to bring him on in a second, but before we get too excited, because I'm sure his beard is just looking pretty slick tonight. But hey, before we do that though, but to your point, I just written down a couple notes and I want to respond to it. And then after I respond, Paul and Blackbeard can hear, maybe he jumps in and just gets, both feet wet right away as well. But I'm going to do a quick VA, something from me on the VA side. And if you followed anything over here on Mission Critical or even on my, my business side, Centerline Systems, I've been going through some health problems. I'm a 22-year veteran, and then 8 years. Well, I'm a little over 8 years in the agency. So I've put in my time. That VA healthcare, I've earned that right? That is my healthcare. I upheld my end of the bargain. But to Jeremy's point, it's all about drugs. It's not about trying to figure out. I still have this weird chest thing for like 5 effing years now, and all it is like, let's just throw drugs at it. Like, well, okay, well, how about we actually do a test to figure out what it is? Oh, I think it's a musculoskeletal. What tests have we done to prove that? Well, just take these drugs, and if they help, well, then it's probably, and if they don't help, then it's, well, what if the drug doesn't work for me? I mean, this goes into the, you actually had a doctor who, did doctor things and knew about the individual, say, okay, I just prescribe this to you, and that makes you a little dizzy. So here's another equivalent. And but I can still do that in the right here, right now, to try to mitigate some of the consequences of your physical, impediment. But more importantly, I have a desire to actually take care of you as a person. So we're going to go and schedule you. You're going to go and take some tests so we can identify what the problem is. Jeremy, that's to your point right there. That's not the intent. It's to just push drugs on you. And I really do fear that the VA has become nothing more than we just push drugs on all of our veterans. And if it kills them, guess what? That saves us a shit ton of money. We don't care. And I think that same attitude is going to be, once we start talking, I think we're going to find that argument extrapolated over into the civilian sector, especially with the recent unpleasantness. And hey, take your 5th booster, take your 6th booster, as opposed to identifying well, I'm getting ahead of myself.
I just want to say real quick.
All right, while you do that, I'm bringing Blackbeard on.
I just want to say real quick too, that it does merit to say, like I kind of brought up about doctors, not every doctor is a terrible person. There are very good people out there that honestly try to do the right thing and to do their jobs the best of their ability. They're thinning out a little bit, but and they kind of created their own enclaves. But there are good people out there, so don't take this as every doctor is bad. But that being said, that doesn't mean that there haven't been groundbreaking pharmaceuticals that do help and actually create a difference. That I'm not totally against it. It just like I'm not entirely against every vaccine, but we used to have a medical system where you could make an informed decision. That's literally one of the things that used to be a thing, was informed decision making. And also on the end of this, if you ever go to the doctor's office, the first thing that you should do is ask for the patient bill of rights, because they have to abide by that. They don't have a choice.
But look at what just happened in the last couple of years since, I'm just going to say, you all know what I'm referencing. I'm just going to reference 2020. Look what's been going on since 2020. That informed bill of rights didn't mean shit because, because there was incentive. Hey, he's got 2 shots to the, 2 to the chest and 1 to the head. Oh, this is what really killed him. It was the that killed him instead, so no, so, and that's where I think we're in trouble. And then Jeremy, and then we got to bring it down to Blackbeard and BCP. But I've gone through four doctors in the VA now, because they're all just crap. The last doctor I had, when I would go, so I would get to see my doctor like every 6 to 8 months. And that guy would spend most of his effing time going over my medication list. He didn't give a shit about what was really wrong. He would spend my office visit reviewing my meds. And I'm just like, hey, how about we actually talk about my chest or my hip or my back and, what's going on, and I've got friends who are using, medical marijuana, and they're, and then his response to that was like, oh, I can't even talk about that. I'm like, are you a doctor? Like, I know the VA can't prescribe it, but as a doctor, you mean you're not even going to talk to me about that? Like, it's working for my civilian buddies. Maybe it would work for me. Like, I'm just asking a medical opinion. If you want to sit and review my prescriptions, well, then shouldn't we talk about other potential drugs? But that, and you can see where I'm already kind of setting some people up for, knocking it out of the ballpark. Yeah, but not the ones that aren't created by the big name companies and big pharma, like holistic medicines or natural medicines or herbal. No, 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 no. We don't want to talk about that. We just want to make sure that we get our extra money, that with the guy who had 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head, we, check him off as well. He was killed by the, and now we get extra money as a result of that. And we get kickbacks and then my last comment, because now I'm going to get a little pissed off. And then that governor out of, was it Ohio? Yeah, I think it is. And I apologize. I'm not trying to slander anybody. If it's not the governor from Ohio, then I'm wrong. And it's a governor out of the Midwest who just shot down that bill to, for hormone blockers and sexual, procedures on children. And he shut it down. And then it turns out that, he's, his campaign was somewhere in the tune of $40,000 to $50,000 contributions, which on the state levels, that's a lot of money, right? And then, then you just see his ties to big pharma and, and then et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera. There's so many examples, somebody can say, well, that's not true. Well, really, go do your own research and you'll find it, but don't use mainstream media. And this is going to come up a little bit later. I try to just look up on ScrewTube, a mashup. There's tons of videos of mashups of, of our leaders on both sides of the party, contradicting themselves and lying and being caught. I just try to do one of those on our, our Lord Emperor, Mr. F. And a little bit later, I'll show you almost everything is just all about, it's only selective videos. It's not that I use the word mashup of him lying. And what do I get? I just get all mainstream media interviews of him selling the pokey poke and all that kind of crap. So on that note, we've all been going, but let's just take a quick little pause and he's right below me. I'm lording above you, Blackbeard, in the Hollywood Squares configuration. And by the way, I was correct. Your beard you look more roguish tonight. You look a little
he does.
But kind of roguish.
Yeah.
You got a little, it's nice and thin,
Right.
Do you have like a rapier or a cutlass? What kind of sword do you carry?
I should. But sadly, no.
Jump in wherever you want. I'm here, and before you go on though, but let me just warn you. So it was a little over a week ago. So the 3 of us were talking, kind of a little bit later at night. I think it was a Friday. So maybe it was 2 weeks ago, 1 or 2 weeks ago. And then that's when we realized this has to be a live stream. But I'm here to tell you, Redbeard and BCP had some incredibly interesting things to say, and it's going to get pretty heated here once we really jump into it now that you're here. So start wherever you want to start, but I'm just, go wherever you want to go, sir.
Well, I mean, this topic is really important given the current, circumstances and the things that we've gone through. And I have to agree with most of what at least what I've heard you say. A lot of this goes back. I can't remember the name of the video, but somebody did a very good expose on the history of the medical system. And a lot of it goes back actually to the Rockefeller Foundation. They hired a man named Abraham Flexner to write the Flexner Report. And prior to that, it wasn't so, the medical field itself was not as restricted as it is today. So you could go, for example, major universities were engaged in homeopathic medicine, which is a completely different philosophical position on the way that medicine works. It basically, just to be brief about it, it's the idea that your body is mostly intelligent in dealing with the problems that you're facing, but every now and then it gets stuck. And so, for example, in the allopathic medical system, what they'll say is that if you're running a fever, well, the fever is dangerous, so we need to get the fever down. But in the homeopathic system, it would say, well, the body is generating a fever because it's trying to kill something, it's trying to restore health. That's its natural response. So it's 2 completely opposing philosophical perspectives. And I agree with Jeremy that there is, this is just my opinions, okay? But I agree with him. There is a certain place, for example, I've known, I have family. Does anybody not have a family member who doesn't or hasn't dealt with cancer? Maybe you do. And that's great if you do, but I certainly do have them. And what happens is they go in there and they're like, well, we'll kill the tumor with this, and we'll, and that's, it makes sense at the time because you're so far down the line that it's like, well, we're not worried about what's causing this. We just want you to make it to tomorrow. But the question, as a consequence of the ideology that they're indoctrinated with, because to doctor something is to change it, and to inwardly doctor it is inward doctrination. It's indoctrination. That's what they have the most because they go to school for the longest, regardless of whether they're a medical doctor or not. And actually, it was Jacques. No. It was a French philosopher. He wrote the book Propaganda. He also wrote The Technological Society. I can't recall his name at this time, but he said that those people are actually most susceptible to indoctrination because they go through the most secondary information. I mean, literally, these people don't start working until they're in their mid-30s, most of them. I mean, they'll, work for nothing in their, residency. But regardless, the point is that what the doctors never ask is, well, why did I develop cancer in the first place? Like, what are the conditions in my body or in my environment or both that led to this state of affairs? They're not interested in that. And they couldn't answer it even if they wanted to, because they're not educated on that. Because, in my opinion, my humble opinion, it's largely because the influence of things like the Rockefeller Medical Foundation. He ran Standard Oil, and many of these drugs, at least at that time, first of all, it's only something which you alter, which is patentable in law. So if you take, like, for example, an herb, it doesn't mean that you can't make money selling herbs, because, not all herbs are created equal, and not every supplement, is as good as the next supplement. That's just the truth. It isn't. So there's still a venue there to making money, but it isn't like the kind of like cash cow that you get when you're like, oh, you want to live today? You got to take my drug, and my drug is proprietary, and it costs, X, $30,000 a month. And you're like, well, who makes $30,000 a month? There are some people, but it isn't most people. And so what they do, well, that's okay. We got a racket for that. It's called the insurance industry. And the insurance industry controls the doctor's behavior. And that's why if you go into a regular MD, it's like, yeah, they'll see you for 5 minutes. And it's like, what's going on? Okay, try this drug. See ya. And so I don't really care about you. I'm a doctor. Like, I don't care about you, except insofar as you look, I deal with like 100 patients a day for 5 minutes. Okay. And we got some drugs to write here, and I can make some money doing that. And maybe you get better, and that'd be great, but
right.
And before you go any further, though, I just have to add to that. And I don't know if you were here when we were talking or if you heard it, but that's my VA experience. It's exactly what you just described. I really don't care about
the experience, Mark. That's the experience.
Yeah, it is. It's just like, no, my job is to, pretend I'm looking at you, pretend I'm giving you, being a doctor or whatever. And then but it's really just to like give you drugs. Like,
yes.
Yeah. And the last thing I'm saying, maybe this will kind of start steaming it up a little bit. Like, they have on 2 separate occasions tried to issue me a drug that was fentanyl based and an oxycodone. And, and I'm just like, well, hang on a second, and for me, like, I don't know, like, the corporate name, like, and that's what everybody does. Like, and again, going back to the commercials that we were talking about at the beginning, all the commercials, get Zan or whatever the hell the name of the company is. They just call the drug by that name. Where I was like, well, okay, no, I actually want to know the name, the actual medical name of the drug, scientific name, for a lot of the reasons that, Blackbird did, because that name can tell me something about it. And so they were going to prescribe something one time. I'm like, hang on a second, isn't that a fentanyl based drug? The root words, and they're like, well, yeah. I'm like, no. I'll do another one of my, Jeremy, this is for you, sir. I'll just do another one of my, like, mineral water, spritzers, like, no, I'm not taking fentanyl. Are you fucking kidding me? The next time it's like, well, I'm like, that's oxycodone. I'm like, look, what is wrong with you people? So I just wanted to throw it in there before you went too far, Blackbeard, because it's exactly the case. It's just a racket. And they don't care if they get you hooked. You know, and I wish and when you guys are talking, and I'll be quiet here a second. I'm going to try to go over to YouTube. I bet I won't find it on ScrewTube, but there's that video of that veteran having, like, and somebody says, "Oh my God, he's gonna have a meltdown." You know, he's gonna. I'm like, no, you're watching a man having a meltdown in real life. He had just came from the VA. He pulled over the side of the road, and he is losing his shit. And I don't know what his background is. You know, he's a veteran. I don't know who he is or what he did, but you can just see the pain and anguish. And he's losing his shit. He is having a breakdown because it's just to what Redbeard or Blackbeard is saying. It's just trying to kick you out. Now, I go to a dark place. I think they're trying to kill us, but that's a different story.
Look, it's that I'm just gonna say, meth. The sale of meth is only illegal if you're not a pharmaceutical person. If it's big pharma, meth is perfectly fine to prescribe, but God forbid you find it on the street. You know, I mean, I just had to throw that in. So,
no,
Mark,
and they don't penalize.
Hey, hang on a second. What makes you think that big pharma doesn't have, like, you know? Look, I just started watching The Wire again. What makes you think that big pharma isn't, you know, Avon Barksdale? You know, like, you know, Big Pharma could be Avon Barksdale. No one even knew Avon Barksdale existed at the beginning of that show. You know,
it's not meth, Mark, but it's meth.
they don't penalize Big Pharma for that. They penalize the doctors individually. So it's a whole racket. Big Pharma's getting government money, and they have no blame. And then the doctors end up with insurance through the roof, which causes your medical costs to go up. And it's a whole racket. I had a doctor that said that he thought, and this was probably, I don't know, 90s or something, maybe early 2000s. He thought statins should be put in the water because they were so good.
Oh my God.
Okay, so that's where we go. So he was bought and paid for. Now, the one thing I want to say, and this is probably controversial, Jardian. This is the type 2 diabetes medicine. Who do they have on that commercial? This big fatso singing, and everybody loves her, and they're applauding her and all this stuff. She's got all her you know, stats down, but she's obviously unhealthy. This is not healthy. And so what if your stats? That tells me that those stats mean nothing, because if you're that fat, you know, if that's what you want to be, that's what you want to be. Fine, but you're not healthy. And to say that this drug has your stats down tells me it's falsified. Yeah. The whole thing is a racket.
Dude, you bring up such a great point, Paul, because if you look at a majority of these commercials, who do they feature? They don't feature, you know, relatively in shape or fairly healthy people. They're always overweight. They're always people that are just in the worst shape of their life. And they're sitting here and they're just like, I feel like I'm 15 again. And they're trying to like do their little faux run. And it's like, oof, my knees hurt just watching that. Like, it's like, there's no way that you can tell me in your chemically altered state that you're healthy. Like this, I don't know what you're doing, but this ain't it, homie. You know,
no,
like
your stats are good, but you know, your medical tests are good, but you're not healthy. You got some work to be done there.
So just throwing this out there. So I you know, when you guys were talking, I was trying to find that video, right? And I saw it in a couple different places, you know, and other people were putting it in their podcasts. This was probably the summer of last year. So it's not that old. And I literally just the whole time you guys were talking, I was scrolling down. So just, I hate to say it, but, you know, we're talking big pharma, but it's big, lots of things, to include big corporate media. I'm over on ScrewTube. I'm already like, you know, 40, 50 videos deep, if not, and it's all just bullshit. That's what's up. That's what they front load. It's all like, you know, the VA is awesome. And, you know, like, so, and the thing, and the search I put in was veteran complaining about the VA. There's been like maybe 2 videos in this whole time, but I just wanted to sort of interrupt for 1 second, and I will put a link in the card, you know, or the narrative for this video. I don't know this group, but because we're still kind of talking about the VA, and, you know, we're talking big pharma, and, you know, I guess we're picking on the VA because the VA really is somehow, clearly there's a there's some type of connection, right? You know, they're intertwined, hand in glove type of thing with big pharma, because that's all they're doing. I can't find it, but I did find something. And again, I'm already like 40 or 50 videos down. And that's when I finally found a video about Veterans Guardian. And a friend of this podcast turned me on to it, Patrick, Veterans Guardian. And, and next week I'll probably call them because, and that gets into a whole thing about the VA, but, we're really talking about big pharma, and I don't want to necessarily get too much into the VA side of it, but I will put a link to Veterans Guardian. Do your own research. I've never worked with them. A friend of mine, and a friend of the show, he's worked with them, and he's got nothing but great things to say because, and as I'm kind of shifting this a little bit here, but I don't want to make this all about the VA, but the VA is notoriously horrible. And that actually begs another question. How in the F is that even possible? I had a contract. Every veteran had a contract. I'm going to give you this many years of my life, during which time, I could get sick, I could get injured, I could get killed, I give up my family, my life, and you don't uphold your side of the bargain, or as what we've just talked about, your side of the bargain is just to throw drugs at me and hope it just keeps me numb and stupid until I die. And then you don't have to pay, anything else except my SGLI, my service or SGLI life insurance. Is it service group life insurance? Well, it's your life insurance that you can get, from the military. But it just keeps bringing me back to, they're just trying to kill us. It just boils into it, But anyway, so again, I just wanted to throw that out there because as you were talking, it's just amazing to me, So on big social media, you can't even find this shit, like, come on, man. I'm 60, 50, 40 videos deep. And I can't find that that thing. It was so popular 6 months ago. It had millions of views and it talked about on so many other podcasts. And all I'm getting is, Fox News Atlanta, like all of these, again, all the and almost all of it's all from the Department of Veteran Affairs. So I'm inundated with VA propaganda as opposed to hearing a real vet. Here's the first one again, and I've refreshed the screen 3 different times. So, again, that's got to be over 30 videos. So I'm probably at 40 to 50 videos. Now I finally see veteran disgusted with VA healthcare system access. That was 5 years ago. 5 years ago. That's the most pertinent or relevant video that I'm seeing, through this search. Come on, man. Like, so clearly we're being fed a bunch of bullshit, and the social media is another form of a drug. It's like, so here, I'll stop this and I'll come back and then I'll shut up. So I mentioned Cindy, so she's working and she's got a TV on with normal, the normal channels, and she sees the normal commercials. Dude, the VA is spending so much money doing commercials, telling the rest of America how great they are and how much they take care of veterans. How about stop spending money to do commercials? You're doing commercials to who? The people who aren't veterans, who can't use like, why are you even doing that? How about using that time and money to actually take care of us, the veterans? So let's kind of use that maybe as a springboard to get back into the big pharma. Oh, Paul found something. It's go ahead. Somebody grab this while I do this research.
Yeah, don't play that yet. That was the commercial I looked at. But preview that first. But I would say that I think what they're trying to do with the VA commercials is recruit, and they're failing miserably. Right? They want to tell you just the same thing they told you and others, that they're going to provide you with all this stuff. At some point in time, I think it was excellent healthcare. It was superior to private sector healthcare. I know people, that were served in Vietnam and that era. And that the healthcare there was questionable at best. They did throw a lot of drugs at them, but there were some people that I know. So the central theme is that they do throw drugs at you. But I would say that prior to this, they did actually have good healthcare. It was cheaper. You could get it. Let's say, strip it down to X-ray or CT scan or that stuff. It's all covered, right? It was all covered. And the private sector had that all covered until Obamacare. And once Obamacare came around, Now, instead of having a free X-ray, it's costing me $400 a pop, and
Yep.
and then I get it. Prior to that, I used to have free X-rays and $200 deductible for an entire family with private sector healthcare. It's awesome, right? Sounds good. Yep. Then you get 80/20 afterwards, and now they don't cover any of that. I have a $5,000 deductible, give or take. So everything that is not there. So I pay $400 an X-ray. It's outrageous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So this is what socialized medicine does. It takes away. So they're taking, and it's obvious, they're taking my money that I contribute to an expensive plan, and they're giving it to somebody else that's free of charge. So then what do they have to do? They have to double charge me. Now I have to pay for all the care that I already paid for. It's outrageous. I just don't get it. And we're headed down a path where, they're forcing us into socialized medicine. I can't afford the health care that I have. Right. So what do I do? You got to join their plan. And that's what they're trying to do. Someday it'll work for them. We're done with healthcare. I'm sorry, health insurance. Healthcare, we still have good doctors. But as Jeremy said, the doctors are good. Some of them are not good, but a lot of them are really good. But who is going to be the next generation of doctors that does it? We still have the best healthcare, but I think we're going to start to dwindle. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Just responding to Angry Viking. He had a good point. It was a TikTok video, which, I don't want to get into that whole conversation, like, TikTok, but my response to him and, going back into it is like, I'm just going to that video real quickly. It was carried in so many places. You would think it would be easy to find. It should be all over YouTube. That was a huge video when it came out. And I just got to say this real quickly. We're just, kind of, it's live stream. We're just going back and forth and doing whatever. But I looked at that link you sent, BCP, and what the F is that all about? That's just weird. That makes me think of all of the UK's healthcare workers doing all that. And speaking of Angry Viking, doing just nothing but those weird TikTok videos during the whole, episode. Like, why aren't you helping people? How do you guys have this kind of time to actually set this up and record? Shouldn't you guys be helping people? But so BCP sent me this weird video of a company and all of the, like, doing all these weird musical videos to promote their tablet, whatever it is that they were selling. But I do like one of the lead comments on that, BCP, which is, yes, let's all take magic pills. And then he just says, start eating a well-balanced diet instead. Yeah. Instead of taking, there's no pill that's going to solve this for you. Get out and fucking exercise, like, stop eating goddamn snickerdoodles and cheese puffs, or whatever, like, hey, try this thing. And actually, who brought this up? I think it was BCP. Dude, this is rampant throughout so many levels of our government or society. Like, I wrote this down. I think it was you, Paul, that brought up. It may have been Redbeard. The food groups. Now we're being told that eating sweet cereals and snacks is healthier than eating, like, meat, potatoes, and eggs. Like, whoa, what? So, and then I actually think that's also will all then end up having to go to that video that Paul just shared with me, because now we'll be all obese and all effed up, and we'll have to take drugs to mitigate, our high blood pressure, our cholesterol, all the other things that are going on in our lives,
Yeah.
Now, do you guys want to start getting a little fired up here? I mean,
well,
we want to start. That was a nice little, like,
I mean, do you really want me to go down the rabbit hole that is SSRIs and the experiment of 90s kids?
How about this? How about you guys go around, clockwise, and do one last comment and preface the whole big pharma, like, argument, and then we'll start getting in. Let's start diving into those specifics that I know you guys, we're going to get in so much trouble for what we're about to say. So, but take it back one step, and then again, set the stage for what the hell, like, because somebody's going to say, you guys are just full of shit. That's tinfoil hat conspiracy, theory crap, So maybe take that big pharma. Now, we just spent a lot of time. We got sidetracked on the VA. That, that's who I use. You know, and if I get one more email from a VA, you know, health professional that says, well, you know, if you don't like it, you can always just go get a civil insurance. It's like, no, this is my right. I earned that right. I don't need to go get civilian insurance because I gave up 22 years of my life to have this benefit. We have a contract. So we spent a long time seeing, I just got pissed off about that because that actually just happened the other day.
Yeah.
You know, well, you know, you could always just use civilian insurance. Fuck you. You should be fired for even saying that to me. Like, how about you do your job? All right, I'll slow it down. But you guys, you see what I'm saying? We spent a lot of time about the VA, but you want to maybe just take it back a step, set the stage for big pharma, and then we'll get into the SSRIs and where this is going to really start getting spicy. Yeah, well, the puppy dog says yes, that's what we should do. So whoever's dog that was, I agree. All right, Redbeard, you're first, and then we'll go BCP and Blackbeard.
Well, look, this might be a little spicy right away. Much like war, big pharma's a racket, and if people ain't dying or miserable, there's no money to be made. You know, they don't make money off of healthy, independent people. They make money off of people who are suffering or dying in order to explain, and furthermore, to exploit the families of those people. And look, it really, with the healthcare system in general that we have today, it's more about putting people in debt and being forever debtors than it is anything else. So I'll yield on that. But look, like I said, much like war, big pharma is a racket, and I'm going to stand on that ground. All
right, BCP.
Yeah, I'll be quick here because I did speak a lot, and I want to hear from Blackbeard and Redbeard. The Redbeard hinted at the vaccine without saying that word. I apologize for that. The jab. I would like to say that it was emergency approved. It has never been fully approved. And that's why I won't take that.
Well, and not to mention the fact that they were trying to get some unprecedented 75-year, like, you know, non-disclosure. Like, well, how does that work in science and medicine? You know, or, you know, like, okay, you might want to talk about the Zapruder film and you want to say that's going to be classified, you know, for whatever, you know, look, it's true. I mean, like, there's things that, you know, I probably never should talk about, or I can't talk about because, you know, they'll stand the test of time. There's other things like that's been over 10 years ago. No one gives a shit. It's so we used to call it OBE. It's overtaken by events. It's not even classified anymore, right?
That 75-year NDA or non-disclosure would have been longer than some of the UFO information. Think about that. So you know more about UFOs in a shorter period of time than you would have known about these, you know, these vaccines, dude. This is the only time I'm going to swear on this podcast tonight. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. That is, don't even sit there and try and play those games.
Redbeard just dropped an
F-bomb. You belong to the
streets. I think that's the first episode ever where you've dropped an F-bomb.
Oh, Blackbeard, no, it's happened before.
It hasn't happened. Well, it hasn't happened very often. I'll say that because that was very rare, you know. But you're absolutely right. Get the F out of here. Like and here's the sad thing. Every politician in America, no matter what, whether you got a blue or a red label or an R or a D, everybody should have been calling bullshit. And like, no. If you want to argue that there's some proprietary, you know, like, you know, special thing, well, okay, well, that's part of the patent process. That, you know, that there's a process for that. But you not actually having to show your clinical trials for 75 years, that should have caused, and this, in my opinion, is why we, the people, should be alert. And we should be like hands up, like, you know, ready to defend ourselves. Because who in the hell would approve that? Who would go along with that and say a private company doesn't have to disclose their clinical trials for 75 years? Like,
yeah,
what the fuck? You know?
Plus, they got immunity.
Well,
yeah.
That's the worst part. They have immunity, so if they messed up, we have no recourse.
Yeah,
that's the worst part. But I'm done.
All right, let's bring it over to Blackbeard. Okay, we're still, because we're kind of still going weaving, but we're still talking the big picture, big pharma, and then we're going to jump into the the spicier aspects of this. But all right, Blackbeard, what do you got, sir?
It's difficult because this is such a deep well of a topic that I could probably talk on it for hours, to be honest with you. But that having been said, there are a couple of points I want to bring up. And I do, number one, I agree with Redbeard that, not all doctors are created equal. Some of them are actually very good, and some of
Yep.
them are exceptionally terrible. And it isn't an easy thing to know because when you go in, you don't see whether or not your doctor was a C student or an A student, and you don't know whether or not they actually care about you or not. And even the ones that really do genuinely started out caring, there comes a point where you come in and you're like, you have this, type 2 diabetic patient, and they're like, I need insulin or whatever. And you're like, okay, well, yeah, I'll prescribe it for you. But, if you lost weight, a lot of this would go away. And they're like, oh, yeah, I'll do that. And then you see them the next year and they're heavier. And then you see them the next year and they're heavier. And it reaches a point where pragmatism and cynicism, moreover, really cynicism comes in, and you're just like, you know what? Even if I tried to go that path, which is really outside of my knowledge range, if they were honest about it, largely, they come to a point where it's like, you know what? Even if I told them what they needed to do, they're not going to comply. They're not going to do it. So if I have to give them this drug and that keeps them alive for another year, well, then fine. So that's part of it too. That's like the devil's advocate side of it. There are good people. The other thing I'll say is that there's a small percentage, it's less than 10%. I think it's like 1 to 5%, but I may be wrong on those numbers. So double check me. But of people that have psychopathy, which is now they call it anti-personality disorder or something to that effect. But basically what it is with these people, like for example, if Mark comes in and he's suffering and I'm a doctor, I look at him and I immediately, even intuitively, I'm able to project into that. What if I was sitting in that chair rather than vice versa? How would I feel? How would I want to be treated? Right.
Yeah.
Which is like the golden rule: treat others as you would like to be treated. And so that informs your process and how you address people that are having any kind of problem. It doesn't even have to be medical. But for psychopaths, they don't have that ability. They cannot feel empathy. They don't know what it is to feel remorse for doing something which is morally wrong, or how to place themselves, like a theory of mind, project themselves into another person's circumstances. And so as a consequence of that, they act completely without love, and completely without genuine concern for another person. And I'm not saying that doctors are that, but what I am saying is that the structural system that we live in is designed to filter for that and to exalt, to lift up that kind of personality. There's a book that was written called Snakes in Suits that talks about the disproportionate prevalence of people with psychopathy holding CEO positions in major corporations. And they act without fear, but they also act without remorse or concern for others. And it creates a strategic advantage within the structural system that has been established within civilization at this time. But what it does is it means that they can like bomb entire civilizations of people without any concern whatsoever. It means they can be like, well, just take this drug, I don't really care. Or it's like, well, actually, not only do I not really care, I just want to keep you alive so that I can make I could use another yacht. My second home needs some repairs. And you don't even know how many like rental homes I own right now for passive income. And none of those things come cheap. So if you could just stick around for a little bit longer and continue to bleed into the system, that would really benefit me. So here, yeah, got you 5 minutes, got it, take this, you're good to go. That's the system. I know that's very dark, but that is the system.
No, it is dark, but look, and I think you're right, because again, from my personal experience, that's what I'm saying. It's just Band-Aids. It's not, again, it's never been, let's identify the problem. Let's actually do a no shit medical examination and get to the bottom of what it is that's wrong with you. I just throw some drugs at you. And it does beg the question, going all the way back to the where like look, and everybody can say, well, that's not true. Well, go back and just look at all the reporting. Don't use ScrewTube because you're never going to see it there. But go back and look at all the reporting. A guy, two to the chest, he dies in a motorcycle accident wrapped around, a telephone pole, or he's got two to the chest and one to the head in a gang violence. Nope, it was the that killed him. Because why would a medical institution or a medical professional say that? Okay, you might want to, for reporting sake, well, no, okay, he did die of these other causes, natural or man-made. This is the method of injury. But when he died, he or she did have the coof or whatever it was. But the coof didn't kill him. We all know this. So to your point, though, Blackbeard, how is it that we've reached a point where we've got people who are willing to go along with it? Is it what you just simply said? Are we just such selfish and greedy individuals that we're willing to even piss down our, the symbol of our Hippocratic oath just to make a buck? Is that what we've become? Is that what big pharma has created throughout, not just our not just our country and our culture, but Western culture writ large? Anybody want to grab that, or is that Blackbeard?
I can answer that. I
Okay.
think maybe so bold. It's no one is better than their incentivization structure. So what I'm talking about is upper management with those kind of persons. What you have lower than that are people who've become either cynical or they've gone through so much indoctrination that it changes them from within to see things in a particular light, but not holistically. And the system is structured to incentivize this kind of behavior. That's what it does. And that's at the behest of higher up the pyramidal structure of the civilization itself. So the answer is, it's not that once you get below to middle management and the people that are operating, especially in that level, it's like these people are mostly just trying to survive. They're just trying to do the best they can for their family and deal with the circumstances and the system as it exists. They're not in charge of structuring the system. Like, for example, licenses. People think that that's to protect people, but it's just like everything else. It's the excuses that they give for the acquisition of asymmetrical power. So, and what I mean by that is licenses are for licentious behavior, which is to say they are there to say it's okay in law to do what would otherwise be completely illegal. Like if you drive without a license, right? Then if you get pulled over and caught, well, then that's a problem, isn't it? It's a bigger problem than if you have a license, because driving without a license is licentious. It's licentious behavior. But if you have a license, then you can do what was otherwise illegal. And it's the same in the medical system. It's like, how do we know that you're going to be on board? How do we know that? Well, did you pass this test? And you gave this many years and you spent that many dollars and you're still in? All right, we got you. But you know what? If you ever deviate, we just want you to know it's not that your knowledge base has changed. It's not that your competency has devolved. It's that if you ever deviate in a way that we find inconvenient to this structure, well, you don't have to have that license forever, do you?
Well, and that is, I think, a great segue to kind of get into the deeper, more sinister aspect of this, because again, go all the way back to 2020 and just look at what's transpired over the last 3 years now. And what you just said, there's so many examples of this guy is the best vascular surgeon or whatever. There's been people, and then to your point, it's like threatening to take away their license, threatening to take away their practice, ostracizing them, the world's most, preeminent medical journals write a thing and then it gets shut down and they lose their funding. So it's to your point right there. It's like, yeah, well, we'll let you do things, but the moment the moment you don't go along with what we're talking about, then we're going to start making life miserable for you. And now you're driving without a license, or you're, that kind of stuff. And nowhere in there, the thing that bothers me the most about that is, all we heard was trust the science. Fauci, I am the science. YouTube, screw you. Like he said that. Again, and if somebody doesn't think he said that, if you watch this video, just go back. He said that stuff. What kind of arrogant, like, I thought science was the never-ending pursuit of truth and of knowledge. It's like, hey, look, I'll bring Joe Rogan in there. Remember how Joe Rogan got lambasted? Because his doctor talked to him and came up with a cocktail, a prescription that they thought was going to work for Joe Rogan based on Joe Rogan, period. And it worked for him, right? And now you're seeing more reports coming out. Like, so, Blackbeard, just to give you a chance to rebut that or add to it. I think you're absolutely 100% right. And I think the scary thing that should be waking everybody up is like, hey, whoa, time out. We're in a system where what Blackbeard just said is really happening. And what these other knuckleheads said previously, like, that's and that's where your tax dollars are going. That's who's getting rich. Blackbeard said it, but I need, more money to, take care of one of my, my third house or my fourth apartment complex. And, so I can be even more rich. So Blackbeard, do you want to respond to that? Because I can see Redbeard's he's been waiting. He wants to get going. He's got some SSRIs to talk about. Blackbeard, but I'll give you a chance to respond.
I'll try to be brief. It's the more that you have, and I don't think it's bad to have things. I don't, as long as you're a good steward of them. But the more that you have, the more you have to lose, which means that the leverage that I have, if I control whether or not you have something, is greater. It's like, do you like having those things in your life? Do you like being a doctor? It's better than saying welcome to Walmart, isn't it? I mean, no offense to those people, but you're living a decent life, aren't you? Well, it would be a shame if you lost that, wouldn't it? So maybe just play ball here a little bit.
Yeah.
That's the purposes of licenses. They tell you that it's there so that because you could get crackpots. Well, you know what? Am I an adult or a child? Yeah. Why is it your responsibility to protect my behavior and the outcomes of my health decisions? That's not your business.
Hey, no, but it's necessary for democracy. It's necessary for your safety. There's always think about that. Hey, we've got to do this for the children. We've got to do this for society. We've got to do it for, whatever. There's always some just very convenient excuse to the same, using the same type of language you just said, for why I get to do something bad or oppress you or tax you or something. It's always for something like that.
Yep.
All right, boys. We're gonna lose Redbeard here at some point because I don't know, something about he hasn't slept in it. I don't know what his excuse is.
Responsibilities are
whatever.
Hey, you know what? I'm sure there's a pill for that. Responsibility.
Yeah. Well, or a drug, it's called probably cocaine or whatever else.
Called Xanax, probably.
Yeah, Xanax, exactly. All right. So with everybody's permission, anybody got any last little comments? Otherwise, I'm going to change gears. Okay, I got a thumbs up from BCP. Blackbeard, I'm seeing you shaking your head like, okay, you're good. All right, that's a when negatives become positives, All right. Redbeard.
Yeah.
Hang on. I've heard this, but I'm going to bring you full screen. And I'm just advising everybody, strap in because here's where shit's about to get real.
So,
all right.
There are, due to the state of our state, there are certain things that I've told you and Paul, and I think I've told Blackbeard pertaining to certain experiences that I probably will omit, but I'll still be able to make my point anyways. And I think I talked to you guys about that. But before I get into that, I just want to say that, as Mark calls it, the recent unpleasantness. If you don't think that the pharmaceutical companies don't have a militant wing to enforce people to take certain things, otherwise they basically will ruin their entire life. All you have to do is look at some of the world's governments, and that will tell you everything you need to know about what happens when you're basically given no choice to retain your livelihood if you don't take some of their stuff. So, dude, if you don't think that the big pharma doesn't have a militant wing, all you have to simply do is look at some of these governments in the world and see which ones actually were arbitrarily using force and those that weren't. And it's pretty glaringly obvious who is the enforcement wing for Big Pharma, and I'll leave it at that. Now, to get into the topic that I've brought up with these gentlemen several times, at least with Mark and Paul here, but and I don't know if I brought it up with Blackbeard. I may have, but in the 90s, I am a product of the 90s. I will say that. I was born early 90s. I was raised in the 90s. That was still a time where you could go outside, play in the mud, and be home even after curfew, and nobody called, the parental authorities because your parents are terrible parents. That's just the way that it was. You could get hurt and not get in trouble. But the 90s, however, was also a very perilous time for children, especially in school, because what you started to see was the school board in many schools incentivizing teachers to point out children that were either too hyperactive or were displaying things of not paying attention to what it is that they're trying to teach, notwithstanding the fact that sitting for 8 hours a day is a wholly unnatural act for any human being, much less a child that's 4, 5, or 6 years old. But what you got was the advent of teachers, doctors, and the pharmaceutical companies working almost in tandem to not only suggest drugs to basically create a sense of compliance and control over a child's ability to pay attention or how active they are. But it was a huge time for testing, and you had things like Lexapro, Celexa, and many, many other drugs that they were testing at the time on kids in the 90s. Now, this might all sound good.
Hang on a second. Hang on one quick second before you go any further. Sorry, I was just trying to snack on a handful of peanuts there. But
get those nuts out of your mouth.
But what you just said. Yeah, I knew once I said that I was going to. Hey, but what you just said, that they were testing on you, right? Like, so I think that is something that we should all keep in mind, and it needs to be like we need to talk about a little bit, because I think you're right, Redbeard.
Yeah,
there's been 1 or 2 generations of human beings, and there's a generation right now that we are rablats for some larger, and again, you can say this is tinfoil hat, whoever you are, and then, you probably shouldn't be watching this anyway, but because you're just living under a rock. It's so clear that there are so many, powerful political business, whatever you want to call it, entities that it's in their interest to keep messing with people. And that's what Redbeard was getting at right there. So I just had to throw that out there, because I don't think that should ever be overlooked. Like, no, you guys were tested upon, man. And it's happening right now to this day.
And the interestingly enough, so it was the teachers that were at the forefront of actually starting the conversation with the parents. It wasn't even the family physician. It wasn't even the family doctors or anything like that. For at least from what I saw, that tended to be the case. Like, you would have so many teachers, and at schools at the time, and I'm sure it still occurs today, but they have like counselors and caseworkers, and they're all recommending, like, oh yeah, like if you just if you get your child in, we believe they have ADHD or ADD, which I'm not saying it's not a thing, but in the way that they pushed numerous children from the 90s into the doctor's office, and the parents at the time, they didn't know, like we didn't have social media or the information that we have today completely at our fingertips, which baffles me how people still fall into this. But in the 90s, the parents thought they were doing the right thing. They genuinely did. There was, at that time, with how information was diffused, there was no reason really to question to many degrees what the doctor had to say. So when they said, hey,
keep that line of thought, finish that, but let's not go, because that applies to right now, today, or since 2020. Okay, all right.
So like at that point, like you had these parents that were going in there, and the doctor's like, yeah, we'll put them on Celexa or Lexapro or whatever. And what's interesting is a lot of these drugs, they were giving to these kids for ADD or ADHD. Well, it also turns out that some of these could be used for depression or for anger or for other things. Well, what ended up happening is you eventually it created a generation that became so drugged up that it basically altered their chemical balance, their personalities, their character. You would have kids that were naturally energetic and excitable, and that had all this exuberance in the world for going out and running around and playing and stuff like that, to people who were dumbed down and basically either like kind of dead inside, or they would have such a massive mood swing to where they became violent or untenable, completely uncontrollable. And it was never just one or two of these, usually at a time. It was more than that. It was several, 3, 4 of them at a time. And their excuse was generally along the lines of like, well, we need this one to counteract this, and we need this one to counteract the side effects of this. And this is kind of doing what this is, except it's nullifying this. And it's like, dude, at what point do the parents not step back and be like, dude, my kid is totally inebriated. Like, they don't even know who they are anymore. And you're talking about mood swings that are totally unbecoming of what a 6-year-old should be. And and it wasn't just 6 years old. It got up into the teens and stuff like that. But like I had explained to these guys before, there were several people in my during the time that I was going to school who chose the I don't know how to say this without getting like rammed by the YouTube algorithm, but they chose the less desirable form of leaving the world, I guess is
Yeah.
the way to
There you
say it. And it's super sad, because the commonality that many of these people had, or I should say all these people had, was they were on some type of drug that was prescribed to kids in the 90s. And and there's a lot of conversation about SSRIs, which some of these drugs do fall into, and it's a category that is a hot debate. Yeah.
Just slow it down for a second. Let's let everybody chime in and respond to what you just said. My comment to what you said so far is, and I wrote this down, so I'm using the word affected, not with an A as an alpha, but with E. Like, it affected people negatively, like, what you're talking about, the drugs that they were pushing them. Mm-hmm. So to me, where my brain goes is like, this is either, so again, malfeasance or misfeasance. Either you were too stupid, or we didn't know, the science wasn't there, and we made mistakes, because we were stumbling through like weird worlds, and we just didn't know enough, or it was done intentionally, right? Or it was knowingly, like, yeah, we know this is going to be detrimental to people, but we're okay to go. We're going to do it anyway. And see, to me, that leads into your SSRI, but I don't want to go there quite yet. I want to give Paul BCP and Blackberry.
Yeah, I need to jump in before I forget, because I have 10,000 notes, but I'll be quick because I know you have to go. So they absolutely tested on our children in the 90s, no question. And it was a collaboration between the teachers and the doctors. The doctors were complicit. They absolutely prescribed this based on recommendations from teachers. Disgusting. What I'd like to say is, and Jeremy was talking about the, violence and the way children would act at 6, let alone older. In 1994, we had an assault weapons ban. Right? Biden brags about it. Feinstein used to brag about it. 1999, we're talking, let's say 10 years. I'll give them 8 years into the experiment of these ADHD type of drugs. What happens? Columbine. Who do they blame? Guns. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No. There's too much of a coincidence there that, again, we'll use Bongino here, right? It's a coincidence. It doesn't necessarily mean it was the cause, but damn it, that's when it started. When they started putting these drugs in kids, it ain't video games. Some of it might be, and it might be drugs on the street that cause you to cause violence, but it really is weird that we didn't really have mass. And I don't even want to use the word mass, but we've had more school shootings and mall shootings, those type of things, since they started this experiment in the 90s. And the assault weapons ban seems like I think they were kind of planning it ahead, but those drugs being put into our kids at that time, damn it, if it didn't start in 1999, I don't know when it did.
Hey, I'm just going to throw this out there. So if you're super evil, like, if you're Klaus Schwab, like Klaus Schwab can sue me here for defamation. He'll get all about like $3 out of me, right? But he can sue me for defamation all he wants. But like, seriously, Klaus Schwab is like the stereotypical arch villain in any James Bond or what's the James Bond ripoff? The funny one with well, anyway, I'm trying to think of that. Come on, what was the guy? He did all those. He did like 3 of them.
Austin Powers.
Austin Powers, yeah, he's like an Austin Powers villain, but he's perfect for it. But to BCP's point, it's like you really did have this kind of era where you needed to create these. Look, if you were that guy and you had that kind of money and you wanted to make sure you disarmed everyone, well, what would you just think of? Like, well, okay, well, the way I can disarm people is I can start doing evil things with guns, and I can blame the guns, and not the people.
Yep.
So again, and this goes into MK Ultra, and you can go in so many different. But what is all that about? That's still drugs. Right. That's still mind control. It's the same thing. If I can affect a population or affect a group of people and compel them and cajole them through social media, whatever, to do negative or horrible things, well, then that proves my point. Then I got to say, see, we've got to ban this kind of stuff. Where we're the rational person, and I'm using this term lightly because are there even there weren't. Paul, BCP, you and I are the oldest of the group here, right? And it doesn't mean that Redbeard and Blackbeard don't want to talk about. But were there Karens when we grew up? I mean, there was maybe somebody in your neighborhood who was kind of like that. But look at all the videos. Look at there's video channels that are dedicated to doing highlights and clips of people being Karens, right?
Yeah.
Where did that fucking come from? How did that? That was never there in our society when I was a kid growing up. People didn't do that shit. Something has changed. And if you're a super evil genius, Austin Power style, well, that's what I would be doing. I would be creating a situation so I could rush in with the solution. So, all right, Redbeard, I don't know if that, Paul, I don't mean to take away, but I think that adds. Well, does that add to what you were kind of getting at? I mean, do you have any comments? I don't want to misrepresent you. I know we got to come to Redbeard. Sorry, that way. I know we got to come to Redbeard, but
you said nothing that I disagree with, so I'd go right to Redbeard.
Blackbeard, before we go over to Redbeard, you got anything to add? Again, in minding that Redbeard's going to have to hunt here in a couple seconds. So, not seconds, but, we got a little bit of time. So don't go too terrible on. But I know you've got something to add to that. You've got some words, some nuggets for us here.
Look at the intensity in his eyes. It's just
I know. Seriously, right? There's a fire in there.
I know.
All I'll say is that, and I'm not making a knock on anybody involved in intelligence, because I want to be very clear that I don't think that they're all bad people. So now that having been said, as I understand it, Ian Fleming was actually involved in British intelligence, as was Aleister Crowley.
Correct.
And so all that to say is I understand that James Bond is kind of ridiculous, but in a great way. I think it's kind of fun. But at the same time, it doesn't mean he wasn't disclosing things. And, that group Spectre, it's not just in the films, that's in the books as well. And I do think that he's disclosing the fact that there is a subversive universal organizational force, which is, if not dominant, seeking dominance throughout the world. And that is, in my opinion, representative of a very real and genuine structure.
Okay, that was kind of a very ominous ending there. You just kind of ended it, but you're basically just letting everybody like this like digest what you just said. Like,
Yep.
no, this really exists. I personally agree with you. And like, you know, I used to work for the CIA, and people make all kinds of comments. Oh, he's a plant, or he's like, you know what? I'm like, no, if that was the case, I'd still be working there, because to Blackbeard's point, then I would have been, you know. And there's even people say, well, you didn't really. So here's another, maybe a better way of saying it, and we'll bring it to Redbeard. But I'm just trying to say, you know, you'll have people in social media and throughout society, he'll say, well, you know, the guy used to work for the CIA, so he's a plant, you know, or more often than not, you know, he's a Mason, and Masons control everything. I didn't see that in either of my experiences, you know, like, so I'm a master Mason, you know, went up to, I didn't see any of that shit. And I was in the CIA. I wasn't privy to any of that shit. I can talk about horrible things and weird things in both organizations, but not to what Blackbeard's point of what you just said. But that doesn't mean it's not true. I mean, like, I can clearly see how there easily could have been, you know, some, you know, once you say the right things and meet the right people, you get invited, you know, through the correct door, and now you're a member of Hydra or Spectre, you know, or what was it in like Captain AIM? I think it was the bad guys in Captain America cartoons were AIM. I think I can't remember, but you see what I'm getting. There's clear, you know, there clearly are some weird powers at play here, and it isn't our side. It isn't the side of good and righteousness. You know, I think we're only just now starting to wake up and mobilize and start realizing we better mobilize and start speaking out about this stuff. Again, this isn't politics. This isn't Democrat versus Republican or any of that other bullshit. It's either you believe in good or you believe in evil. What side are you on? You know, Redbeard. And so let's take it a little bit into the evil. Like, well, like, because these drugs and this whole thing we've laid out the groundwork for, it's all about creating, or at least reaching out to, directly or indirectly, reaching out to other people who are like-minded. You don't have to have like a secret message, and there's not a secret handshake. People just know, oh yeah, Nancy Pelosi just said this, and look, I can't be sued for slander or libel here. Maxine Waters, Nancy Pelosi, there's a shit ton. I'm trying to think of the guy who said, you know, that they'll find 6 ways to Sunday to fuck him over. What's that clown's name? But anyway, there's so many of our politicians and world leaders who are on film saying all this stuff. The population needs to be culled. You know, people need to get in line. You know, communism isn't bad. We're not. There is no tinfoil hat here, because it's their effing words. And I think Jeremy is about to show another way that they're just trying to implement their, well, evil's trying to, like, you know, gain a little bit more control of this. All right, Red. Are you going to talk about SSRIs now?
Yeah. So like, well, and I kind of touched on it already. I mean, SSRIs covers a pretty broad spectrum of pharmaceutical drugs. The biggest criticism on them is the fact that they very much do screw with the chemical makeup that goes on in your brain. They have been known to alter the personalities of people chemically. They have, you know, these are drugs that are very, very potent. Does it mean that you don't have the one outlier or the few outliers to where it doesn't do that? Of course, you're literally always going to have that, but there is something to kind of what Paul was saying earlier. When you look at Columbine, when you look at a lot of these shootings, right? They always want to say like, oh, this was a bad person who had access to firearms. This was this or this was that. But if you look at a lot of the testimonies, you know, or at least the dialogues from their parents, and you look at the medical history of these people after, you know, after everything's said and done, how many of these people were on SSRIs or you know, these medications or these drugs, and you know, how did that adversely affect them? Because, you know, it seems like there's several stories to where, you know, people would say, you know, this person seemed like a pretty decent person, and then after, you know, a couple of years, something changed in them. Well, okay, if we go back and we do a little deductive investigating, when was the time that they started taking these drugs? Dude, I'm a product of the 90s. You would see personality shifts in people when they started taking this shit. And and it's for some people it's drastic, for other people it takes a little bit of time, but the 90s really did springboard this to modern day. And here's another thing that I'm going to put out there too. When you look at how it is to purchase a firearm, and there are certain restrictions when you go through the 4473, right, which has changed numerous times in the last several years, but the 4473 is basically your box ticker asking, hey, are you mentally competent? Are you capable of doing this? Are you a felon, et cetera, et cetera? Are you here legally? In the end of the day, like if I remember right, there's like 2 or 3 questions on there that actually ask you about your mental health and your stability, implying like, do you have mental health issues? And they also ask like, have you ever been, like basically inpatient or admitted to a psychiatric hospital, or have you taken what is it, like mental health medications and stuff like that, stuff that would alter your mind. These are questions that do exist. I think some states may word things somewhat differently, but in the end of the day, you have questions like this, and then you also have something where if you're taking a certain drug or you have a certain mental makeup, then you're barred from owning a firearm. Well, when you have, let's be honest here, when you have a large demographic in the United States, I guarantee you, I would put money on it that in the very least 6 of 10 Americans are on some type of medication for some type of mental health issue or otherwise. And that I think that's being somewhat conservative.
Well, okay. So I just want to stop you right there. I just want to get the consensus. What do you guys think about what Jeremy just said? I actually tend to agree with him. Matter of fact, I think the truth is, it's probably really close to what you just said there, Redbeard. Yeah. I bet it is something. It's going to be something like
we're one of the most medicated societies.
Yeah, we are an incredibly medicated society. I bet it's probably 3 out of 5. What do you guys think? Yeah. Blackbeard, is he wrong or is he pretty close?
So all I'll say is that SSRI is a serotonin reuptake inhibitor, which is to say that it prevents your body from reuptaking the serotonin. Obviously, like that's in the name. Now, serotonin is actually, as I understand it, a stress hormone, and it controls things like the smooth muscle movement of your gastrointestinal system, which is largely upwards of 90% where it's produced. And they're like they think that this is a way to solve like things like depression and that. But I would just say I have a question, which is, why have we structured a society such that so many people feel the need to alter their cognitive state of being?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Yeah.
Well, but in all fairness, I think the difference therein lies between recreational and just normal functionality, right? Look, it's Saturday night, and there's a handful of people watching this. Angry Viking, God bless you. He's got a great comment up right now, but we got a handful of people watching, and we're all involved, and we've all talked about this. But and I'm having a drink right now. A drink is a drug, right? So I think there's a slight difference in your statement between recreational and something that is being force-fed us.
This is a perpetual thing that's happening, because what it's saying is, even my moment-to-moment life, I'm not capable of coping with on my own.
Yeah.
And so the question is, why have we developed a society that is structured in this way? And I think that the answer is that something that is adversarial to us has done it, not us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Redbeard, I saw you laughing and chuckling, so let's come over to you on that one. I had one other comment for Blackbeard, but no, let's go with that right there.
Yeah. And I may be able to provide at least what I assume is the answer, because it factors into disarmament as well as many other things. Why use an overwhelming amount of force to gain compliance when you can get somebody in a drug-addled state of mind to get them to comply knowingly or unknowingly via the use of pharmaceutical drugs that can chemically alter your general balance, your mental cognition. We're to a point, and I think the 90s set a very dangerous precedent as it pertains to pharmaceuticals, in the fact that they realized, like, holy crap, like, we can actually alter the behavioral patterns and the cognitive function of individuals if we start them early enough to get to get some predetermined outcomes that may go into our favor. Again, Paul brought up, Columbine, and I elaborated on that a little bit. Dude, if you set a precedent to where you have most of the people, or a large demographic of the people, considered mentally unstable, that can be a disqualifier from having a firearm. And if you already own a firearm and you end up on something like that, like, it, in some places, dude, going to a counselor can disqualify you from owning a firearm because you have a mental impairment. So look, if you want compliance and control, put them in a state of being constantly drugged up. So now they're defenseless, they don't know any better, and they're going to be a docile society that you can mold and do whatever you want with.
And I just love what you said, because again, if you are that, that arch villain that, from, Austin Powers, and if you got that type of wealth and those type of resources, to Jeremy's point, you're going to do this on a multitude of levels. And one of them would be like, no matter what you do. So think about that. It's a win-win for the side of evil. If you have, like, maybe you really do have anxiety. Anxiety is a real thing. Depression is a real thing. But if you go on those drugs, which they are happily, willing to give you, and to Redbeard and well, everybody's point except mine, they're doing it to children. For, like, matter of fact, Redbeard, I don't think
when they're young.
I don't think we've done justice to what they did to kids. Like, no, that's what a normal 8-year-old boy or 10-year-old or 12-year-old boy acts like. Oh no, he's got to be. And it was all done to, either make you docile, or, like, knowing that you might freak out. And if you freak out, that's still going to give me political points over here for this other thing I'm trying to do, which is to take guns away from people, or your freedom of expression, or, your ability to, whatever the case is. So I know that sounds really weird, but, like, I'm here to tell you, I've been on that thin line between good and evil. Like, dude, I was a spy, euphemistically. I was an intelligence officer, but, a spy, euphemistically. Dude, there's some pretty gray areas in that job, and there's some people who go to the dark side. I mean, and it's not hard to do. So I'm just trying to say, you could think this is crazy, but man, and I'm not like, some guy who was like, I wasn't a president or any of that kind of shit, but I saw it even at my levels, So how do we then kind of bring this in? Again, Jeremy, how much more time do you have, do you think, boss?
Just a couple minutes. I'll make a kind of a closing point once.
Okay, well then that's what I'm going to go with my next question. So let's bring it in. So, like, if somebody's saying, well, that's just batshit crazy, Mark, you're just making this up. Can you take it into some more real world? Because you've already, everybody's talked about Columbine, but dude, this list is long. And if if people haven't noticed, just go back in time and notice that we don't have all this background and bio, and bio and all this history of these shooters. There's a reason for that, because I think Jeremy's actually right. I think if we go down this, because we've seen this, you start finding out about their dependency, or their being issued and prescribed drugs, certain drugs at a very early age. So, I mean, if I was an evil person, this is just one of the many ways I'd start destroying a society.
Yeah, 100%. And it's what's interesting is just to kind of create kind of a final point and to feed into what you're saying.
And I just got to give Angry Viking just a quick shout out. And you're a Viking, so you should give him a shout out too. But Angry Viking, hey, Surf, thank you very much. You've been putting it, anybody who's watching, leave a comment.
And dude, and he's not wrong. Like,
no, Angry Viking is hitting like fucking triples and home runs all night long tonight.
It's really sad that decent folk get talked into that type of situation, and before they know it, they go in the morning and they're expecting help, and they leave not realizing that they just gave up their rights. It's unfortunate. And I was going to say, the 90s is also a point to where a lot of mental institutions and asylums were shutting down. I think, and Mark, I might be wrong, but I don't know if it was the 90s or the 80s, but there was really a big crackdown on mental or insane asylums, where a lot of them were coming to a close. Well, what I think, and this is at this point, this is just specifically my opinion. I don't have anything to support this. It's just what I would surmise. But I think there's a correlation to where when they shut these places down, shockingly enough, for many of the abusive practices and experiments that they did there in those places, I think the 90s presented an opportunity to where they're like, hey, like, we don't need to have the mental patients in the asylum, because if we can control the mental patients on drugs and create a sense of dependency, we have the ability, by increasing or decreasing the doses, to create a population that we can reasonably control. Not entirely control, but reasonably control. So
Jeremy, just the flip side of control is to, and some of these people will go off and do crazy ass things, and
right.
that actually works. You should, that still works
and
for
it's
benefit.
And so what they, and so it sounds wild, but what they lost in the asylums, they made up for in what I would call a chemical asylum, if you want to put it that way, because there's still at this point, there's still subjects of doctors who want to experiment on human beings. I mean, we're talking about a time back in the day where serious human rights issues, and yet you don't have people raising the same concern when it comes to pushing and peddling these drugs that chemically alter people. I mean, where is the outcry for the experimentation in the end of the day on human beings? You're not seeing it. You're not seeing it, because the people that are supposed to be outcrying are more than likely the people that have been experimented on already. It's sad. It's very, very sad. Mark, like you said, there's so many different examples in so many different places to many degrees where you can see this. That, I mean, even this live, I don't think is going to do the subject justice, because I mean, you could literally rabbit hole this for hours upon hours upon hours. So that's kind of where I'm gonna leave my final diatribe. But that's just my opinion. I think, again, where you lost the asylum, you made up for in chemical asylum.
Okay, I thought Mark stepped away, so I want to say, before you go, these insane asylums were shut down because of absolute abuse. They were abusing,
atrocities,
right? And it was unacceptable. Now, could they have? They were experimenting on them. They were doing all kinds of weird crap. So, I just think that, they took those people that they were drugging and testing, and they just used us instead.
Yeah,
because they got caught in actual abuse. A bunch of other stuff. Columbine was patient zero. Okay.
Ooh,
Mark mentioned that earlier. Columbine's patient zero. That was the first one that we know. It's my opinion.
Yep.
They're absolutely building a registry by having your doctors ask you questions and having you do all these type of things. And the one thing, the main point I want to make before you leave, Redbeard.
Yeah.
All of these antidepressants, what is the first or second or third disclaimer? Suicide. Are you serious?
Yep.
That's why they're taking these meds, so that they don't kill themselves. If this can cause suicide, and it's been proven through statistics, anecdotal statistics, that these drugs have done nothing to prevent suicide.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, that's just the same way that gun-free zones don't prevent gun violence.
Right, but they're claiming that. I mean, we're talking about people, killing themselves.
Yeah,
and there are more people killing themselves than mass shootings by long shot. And if you're suicidal, why the hell would you take an SSRI?
Yeah,
They're experimental drugs, as is the coof injection. Anything experimental like that, with no true, and honestly, I would say SSRIs have a reputation in the sense that the statistics show
yeah,
that they are more damaging than helpful. Because what do they say? That one drug. Oh, well, if your SSRI isn't working, they don't say those actual words. You can add this to it and it'll make it better.
yep.
Come on, son. This
Yeah.
stuff is bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm not even dealing with this.
Ooh.
yeah, because the thing that's missing is that then when I combine these two drugs, it's going to have this other impact on you, which could be both physical, mental, physiological, whatever the case is, but we don't care about that because then we'll just be able to give you a third drug and Angry Viking.
And it just compounds.
Well, it does, and it's a snowball effect. It just compounds, and I don't know if that's the same experience Angry Viking had. He's been pretty vocal in the comments. A veteran.
Karen brought up some great points too.
Well, but I'll come to KK in a second. But to Paul's point, that's my personal experience. So going into this, now it's not SSRIs, right? That's not, but it is just drug upon drug upon drug upon drug. You're like, oh, this one, and then it's like, well, then I'll give you one for that. And I'm thinking of I'm trying to do some and matter of fact, whoever talks next, I'll try to find a little clip for it because I bet I can find this on YouTube. It's Star Trek, and it's it's the very first one of the new Star Trek movies, and Kirk is trying to make sure he can deploy with the fleet, and Spock, or not Spock, but Bones just keeps giving him drug after drug after. I just gave you a drug, so it looks like you've got some disease, and now you've got to come with me, and that causes one symptom. It's like, oh, I've got a drug for that, and that causes another symptom. It's kind of a funny scene, but I think it's not funny what we're talking about because to Paul's point, that's what you get, and to both, Redbeard, I think really, going back to that conversation from a week or two ago. It's almost as though, and this is what really, boy, I'm just going to say this is what saddens me and scares me at the same time. Because if we have doctors who have taken a Hippocratic oath that are supposed to do no harm, but they're playing this game, how much evil is there in the world? How deeply rooted is evil in our society and our species that, you're a doctor and you work for the VA. Maybe you see it as a stepping stone. But why would you do that to people? Or how would you keep or ignoring something, or to Paul's point, or to Redbeard, your point, oh, the kid, oh, he's got ADHD. Let's give him this drug, and that didn't work. Let's add another drug to it. Well, something's not right there. That because at some level that just doesn't make any effing sense. And then I'll shut up here in a second. But then go into what you just said, Redbeard. Yep. So KK, I'm just going to say KK. Because I like it, KK sounds pretty cool. But yeah, KK had a great point there, and so that actually almost begs the question of if you want to put a tinfoil hat on and start looking back in time and seeing where this movement started, or when these events started taking place. She's mentioning that. Paul's talked about it. Redbeard, you're giving personal, real world examples of your personal life, where this has happened. It's almost like you can almost go back to a point in time and realize where we either just lost our fucking minds and we all were just influenced by aliens or some shit or some other purpose. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah. And, I guess just to kind of put a bow tie on my part of this evening. One of the best things I can tell anybody, especially if you're a parent, is, one, understand what the difference is between a child who has a legitimate mental disorder versus just being energetic and explorative and wanting to learn and stuff like that. That's part of your job as a parent. And to say, I don't know how to figure that out. I mean, there's so many resources today that you can look up certain things and certain behaviors and be like, okay, this correlates to, yeah, this is a bit odd, or no, this totally makes sense. My child's just a hyperactive, like 6-year-old. There's a lot of this, much like, again, going on to a previous conversation, much like the internet and much like social media and a ton of other things, we as individuals, as adults, have a responsibility, especially those as parents, to look out for our children and to make sure that no harm comes to our children. And that means being informed, understand what you're looking at, understanding when it's a bad practice, and not allowing your children to become doped up on these medications by doctors who have no care or concern for your child in the world. Like I said earlier, if you can find a good family doctor, my hat's off to you, because they're not as common as they used to be. It doesn't mean they're not around, but they're not as common as they used to be. And those are the people that you want to keep in your court. So parents, watch your children. Make sure that you're making an informed decision. Make sure that you press your doctors to make sure that they actually know what they're talking about, that they actually fundamentally understand what's going on. So that way you can make the best decision for your children. And not only that, but be involved in your kid's life, because they might seem sad or down or whatever. Being involved in your child's life is one of the most important things that a parent can do. And so, like that's sometimes that's what it takes, is just being there, being present as a parent, and being willing to be involved in their childhood. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Yeah, I just gotta throw this out there real quickly before you bounce, because I think we've just warmed up. So like when we talked a week or 2 weeks ago, it was late at night. We were all having a couple drinks. Well, except you. You were having hang on. You were having a spritzer.
I was, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. But I think we were a little bit more animated, and we're maybe in this live stream, we're just now warming up to it. But we're going to say the quiet part out loud here next, and I don't want to do that just because you're leaving, but I kind of want to throw this out there, and it basing on a lot of the comments and the conversation. I think the real question is, so one of you guys mentioned it earlier. I think it was Paul doing that Bongino, but so it's causation doesn't equal correlation, right? Mm-hmm. Or correlation, causation, however you want. But yeah, okay, here's a cause. It doesn't mean it's correlated to this one thing. But where we went off the rails the last time was individuals given SSRIs and all these mood altering drugs. I mean, we are a society that is being totally over medicated. Yes. And I'll bring Angry Viking back up here. And this is what made me think about this, because I think it was Paul who brought this up when we were talking about it. Paul, I don't know if you see that comment, but you made a comment like that during our conversation. And I'm right on the cusp of doing what, AVV is talking about. Like, hey, dude, I'm on 6 different.
You've got to be your own advocate, man. You have to.
Well, but is there, so I think the thing I'm trying to lead to is there a more sinister issue here? I'm not I've been vaccinated. I've had a shit ton of vaccines in my life, but I'm pure blood when it comes to last bullshit, right? Because, right off the bat, I was like, okay, no, so my spidey senses were tingling. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. The mask isn't going to work. We know it's not going to work because the moment we knew the size of the particulate, and I've said that for years now, so I'm not going to get down that road. But back to the VA, which is just another form of healthcare, right? And maybe a doctor, whatever, or some other like school counselor, going back into why are kids being given this stuff? He's just a 12-year-old boy doing what you would expect a 12-year-old boy to do. He's rambunctious. He's, he needs to be out playing and doing shit. You can't sit him in a goddamn desk for 8 hours and expect him to sit there. So, but instead, it's almost like somebody realized, well, this is the perfect opportunity. I can just pump that kid full of drugs. And then we don't know what'll happen when he's 16 or 18. And that's okay, because if he does something horrible, that gives me cannon fodder for my other argument, which is no one should have weapons and, So that's where I'm about to push this, Redbeard. I want to give you a chance to, because you're the one who really got us going on this conversation on this exact point. So I know you got to bounce, but can you give us one last kind of comment? Because you and Paul were talking about this on a very personal level. So
yeah, and like I said, I'm not going to get too far into the details of you know, the personal experiences that I've seen, but I can speak to what you know, what I did notice in my classes with my student or with my fellow peers, and you know, it's really sad. Like it's just I don't think people fundamentally understand the scope, the size and scope of this issue. And you know, Mark, like you said, you know, you start them, you know, at 6 or 7, and then by the time they get to 6 or 16 and 17, I mean, you're factoring in hormone changes, you're factoring in the course of puberty, you're factoring in so many different things when boys are becoming men, and you know, and women, you know, young girls are developing into women. Like the body, when you introduce these types of drugs to a child, and then as they grow up, their hormones change and all that. I mean, dude, there's so many. I mean, let's be honest. You know, teenagers as it is already are pretty wild for the most part, you know, right? Like they're just discovering things and they're figuring out life little by little. They probably have their first job. Like they're going through a whole slew of emotions. The last thing you need to introduce or have introduced well before that is any type of drug that's going to chemically or cognitively alter this human being. You know, all I'm gonna say is, again, to parents and to would-be or future parents, is please do your due diligence. Push for as much information as possible if this becomes a conversation, and make sure that what your child is experiencing is not temporary, but it's something that is going to develop into a long-term thing. Because look, I'm here to tell you, I don't know if anybody's looked at the data for malpractice in this country, but it's startling. It is absolutely startling for the amount of malpractice and the misdiagnosis that occurs in this country. We're not talking a couple thousand. We're not talking tens of thousands. We're talking hundreds of thousands annually, every single year. And you know, the fact that we still have people that just blindly trust the medical institutions is beyond me. Please do your due diligence and make sure that you're advocating for yourself as much as you're advocating for your children. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, that's a great statement. I already wrote a bunch of notes down. If you got a bounce, let's give you the outro, or you know, your but if you want to hear my comment, or we'll pick that up when you're gone. But I'm going to pick it up in the spirit of what you just said, and I'm actually going to take it more in the direction of the conversation that we had. You know, what was that, a week or 2 weeks ago? So you wanted to, so you got a bounce then, brother?
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get going here, but I just want to let you know that I do appreciate being able to come on here, at least for the time that I was able to, and you know, thank you guys for all coming on to this tonight. This has been good for the conversations we've been able to have, and it's been good to be back and not dying in bed because I was sick. So.
Hey, I just want to point out you know, a comment that just came up, because it kind of goes into, I think, a lot of, again, going back to the phone conversation we had and just our personal conversations and what we're trying to do tonight. I think that's a great point that AVV just made, which is like within every facet of life, you're an adult. Like you know, within, as long as it's within the rule of law, dude, you're a human being. You are a free man. Right. And man means human. It doesn't mean man or woman. So like, you know, whoever's watching that, like, oh, he just said man. Yes. Human. You are a free man. You can make your own decisions, and you are the one who has license or dominion. It's your family. It's like, you do have that still exists. But see, to the point we're trying to make when we're talking about big pharma here, that is being eroded. And I think that's part of the attempt. but you still have that ability, like AVV is saying. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to do that with my kid. No, we're not going to do that shit, but that is being beaten out of us on a societal level. With each passing day, that's being beaten out. Redbeard, I just got to leave you with one thing so you can maybe respond or give your outro or your final comments. You just mentioned, so boys grow into men, women girls grow up to be women, boys grow up to be men. That's a very difficult time for both sexes.
100%.
Tons of hormones, and there's the societal issues that go with it. So it's a very confusing time. And each and every one of us was a kid at one time, so we all know what I'm talking about. Right? These are truths. This is a truth. Being a child is not the same as being an adult, and growing up to becoming an adult, there's trials and tribulations that go with it. So,
and it's one of the most fundamentally important times of a person.
Right. So your body is going through chemical changes as you make that transition, right? Because we're not a species that's, comes out of, that gestates, for 6 months or then spends 3 years underground as a grub and then it turns into a butterfly. That's not how our species works, right? So we've got these hormonal, these physical and chemical changes that go that take place in our body at a natural level. So here's where I'm going to end it with, and you can either respond to this or we'll go it down to the rest of the crew. We'll try to take it across the finish line. But if you're going to start implementing hormone blockers in human beings that are 6, 8, 12 years old, 14 years old. What do you think and knowingly, what did I write down? You're knowingly using the wrong tools to solve the problem. My kid is, whatever. You are knowingly, you're saying, okay, well, I'm going to do something that's going to prevent this human being from being a human being, no matter what the age is. 4-year-olds or 4-year-olds, 8-year, what are they? For any parent out there who sees this, what I'm talking about. You hear all these stories, they're this age, they act like this when they're teenagers, when they're 12, and then they become more precocious. And when they're 14, they think they're 20 something, blah, 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 blah. So you're going to introduce a drug that's going to upset an already fragile, because we're humans. We're not lions. We're not monkeys. We're not giraffes. We are very complicated creatures. And that's why we're on the top of the food chain. So you're going to throw drugs in there during this complicated time to either inhibit or fuck up. What do we expect is going to happen, Jeremy, when we do that?
Well,
what do you think? What do we expect? If you want to answer this question as your last kind of hoorah for tonight.
I don't, there's some things that I don't necessarily have an answer for. But what I will say, because I think the answer for that would be very, very broad, right? Because there's a lot of different outcomes that could occur from this. But what I will say is we know that this type of thing it's not borderline criminal. It is literally a crime against humanity, in my opinion, to do this to people who are in a very fragile state, not only with these drugs as it pertains to mental health or perceived mental health, but also people in the current times as it pertains to people who transition and then from one sex to the other. Many people starting their children out very young doing this, like you're mutilating children, and you're doing it with drugs that chemically alter them physically, not just mentally, physically. It's criminal fucking behavior. And in the end of the day, it tells you everything you need to know when these individuals have become such a when these pharmaceutical companies are such a protected class by the government that you have no form of recourse, you have no ability to go against them. To fight them in court would be to basically destroy your own livelihood. And 9 times out of 10, most people don't win. It doesn't mean there haven't been cases in which people haven't won. But look, they have made this recourse so impossible for the average person that they are basically criminality without any consequence. I mentioned to you the other night, Mark, people say, we're a society of, of laws, we're a law abiding society. Well, why is it then that those who are supposed to be encompassing our laws, the Constitution being the supreme law of the land, why is it then that it is the most ignored law of the land, and why it seems that criminalities run rampant? I would argue that we are not a society or a nation of laws. We are quite the opposite. We are in a state of anarchy as it stands, and nobody cares about the laws. They don't care about your children. They don't care about you. And the only way that we're going to affect this is by being alert, paying attention, protecting our children, raising them right. You see more people now than ever going the route of natural or home birth. You're seeing a lot more people than ever doing homeschooling, and you're seeing the caliber of people that are being produced by these measures where parents are taking a far more invested role in their children that are the ones that are turning the tide. I'm not saying that everybody can do this, but what I'm saying is if we can get most people to this point to where you're avoiding the state-run institutions because that's what they are, you're going to cultivate a future in which you're not only not going to have doped up people all the time, but you're going to have a far more liberty-oriented society as well that actually does respect basic fundamental principles and laws that we have enshrined in our Constitution. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Hey, just to give you a little bit of food for thought to piss you off as you take off here tonight, and maybe as to segue into, for the rest of us, wrapping this up. But you just look at our food, look at look at our containers, our drinks. Like, again, somebody could say that's conspiratorial, tinfoil hat, but like the amount of plastics, the amount of chemicals, there's an Amish guy, who's selling, normal eggs and normal milk, and that doesn't have any of those chemicals.
Non-pasteurized.
Yeah. And then what do? We arrest that guy, shut his business down, and take him to jail. But but we won't have any serious medical study of like, well, what are the repercussions? What are the effects of having all these chemicals? What is it doing to our fertility? What is it doing to our again, our testosterone, or our, whatever, it's the whole spectrum. What is it doing to our children? Hey, don't worry about that, because the US FDA, Food and Drug Administration, just told us that eating cereal and sugars is healthier than eating meat and potatoes and eggs. That's just the Huxley's, Brave New World we're living in right now.
Right. But that's not new. That's not new. They've been doing that bullshit since the pyramid. Yeah. They've been telling us, and you and I, Mark, we went through the food pyramid. Yeah. They promoted carbs. It's not new.
But I will say, that was John Harvey Kellogg who started that. So if you want to really go down a rabbit hole, figure out who John Harvey Kellogg is, because he was a doctor. He was a doctor. So if you really want to evaluate that, look up John Harvey Kellogg and look at what a pile of shit that he was. So on that note, gentlemen, I'm going to take my leave. I entrust you guys with this. You guys are going to tear it up. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your night.
Well, you got to do your thing,
You're leaving. You're leaving. You can't do an outro because you're just. We're going to still keep going for a little while. We'll see how much time Blackbeard and BCP have. But you got to give us a little, dude. This is selfish, dude. I love your outros. I'm not joking. They always make me smile, make me just, reach down deep and be like, yeah, I'm willing to fight the dark side of the force a little bit more. So give us some kind of something as an outro, whatever you want to call it, just a little something. Doesn't have to be your normal outro, but give us a little motivational something here on as you tap out there, buddy.
No, look, I just want to say thank you to everybody, and I really appreciate being able to come on here and have these conversations. But look, Mark, as you've said numerous times, you are the resistance. We are the resistance. So it's going to take each and every one of us, and it's not going to be something that's going to happen overnight. The fight for liberty is not something that's going to be won yesterday or tomorrow, but it's something that's going to be a perpetual battle for as long as we live. And it's our responsibility to bolster and teach and train and build up our posterity and our future to carry forth these principles and these fundamental lessons and understandings that make us who we are. We have something very unique as Americans, something that the world has not been consistent in, and that was having a constitution that enshrined our values and our principles and the rights and liberties that we have, not giving them to us, but basically codifying them and saying, we have these. We are not granted these, we have these. And as long as people are willing to step up and are willing to support these ideas and support these principles and support these things and defend them jealously against all intrusions and all aggravations from government or a common criminal, we are going to be a better people for it. So
I just wrote a little comment and just posted it. I took a little like, I'm the guy behind the scenes, but dude, effing A, brother, effing A. No, this wasn't granted to us by the government. It was some smart people who realized, no, this is what we all have naturally, right? That was really good.
All right, fellas.
All right,
cheers.
sir.
I appreciate you all. I will.
All right. Well,
later.
then you have a great rest of your night. Thanks, Redbeard. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Thank you.
So if anybody, for whoever watches, still watching tonight or watching this later, Redbeard is going to go on a friggin' tirade about NATO. Like I had to, I'm serious. I literally had to stop him. I'm like, dude, stop, just slow down. We got a live stream to do here in a second.
Yeah.
He was so. I hope you bring that fire on Tuesday with NATO.
So,
sir. I hope
but
you
it
do.
won't be Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday, but we're shooting it on Tuesday. Yeah.
We're shooting it Tuesday. Look for it Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's going to be a banger. So
Yeah.
I will not disappoint.
So, dude.
All right, everybody.
All right.
Let's
Have a good night,
guys.
Redbeard. See ya. Thank you, sir.
Toodles.
All right. Yeah. Toodles. Fucking weirdo. All right. Hey, here's where look, fellas, if you guys are okay with this, we're at 2 hours and 10 minutes, approximately. Let's try to do this for like maybe another 20 minutes and let's kind of wrap it up for the night. That's a pretty good podcast live stream, but BC, well, so Blackbeard, Stephen, you weren't there when we had this weird little conversation, but I think you're going to add something to it. But I kind of want to see, I don't know, Paul, did we really go in the direction that we did in the other night? I don't know if you want to take us in that direction from that kind of personal conversation you and Redbeard had, which I find fascinating. And I think that goes to this point, or we take a new direction completely that may involve Blackbeard a little bit more, but I think Blackbeard, once he hears what you have to say, if you want to go down that road, is going to be very involved. Otherwise, I'm going to take this in a slightly different direction. I'm going to talk about school shootings. And because this, to me, what do you want to do? I saw you shaking your head.
Move forward. I've said enough on this. Let's go. Let's do a new one. 20 minutes.
Okay. Well, then here, I'll just start it.
Yep.
I'll throw out this. This is not, this is not fact. This is not objective. This is anecdotal. This is subjective, what I'm about to say here. But to the point we've been making tonight, and I guess I'm trying to, I'm living in the conversation from a week or so ago with, these great individuals. And it was very stunning to me. It was a very sober conversation. Everybody's talking about stuff. But there is this, and maybe it is, again, causation doesn't mean correlation, but there is this causal link. We see this, we're starting to see this if you're paying attention to it. The more medicated you are, the weirder shit starts to happen, or weird things happen. And it really kind of encompasses the spectrum from school shootings, and that might be a subject that we talk about here, all the way to what I just mentioned. There are channels now that are devoted to putting up videos of human beings, adults, like people my age and older, freaking the F out over all these weird things in life. Like I just saw one the other day, like a guy's walking his dog, some, lady who's probably in her 40s on a bicycle. And for whatever reason, she just had issues with that guy. And she was moving her bike in front of him and trying to prevent them from, like, what the hell is going on? We're either so over medicated or so overstimulated that it's having some effect in our hormonal or psychological chemical balances within our bodies, but it's causing us as a society, as people, to do some really fucking crazy ass shit. And I'm sure you guys have all seen these videos and stuff. So Paul, I'm going to let you kind of pick which direction we want to go there, because I'm willing to talk about all those. But at the end of the day, no matter which direction or however you want to go, like, there's some crazy ass shit going on here. And it all seems to keep coming back to, we're being over medicated. And you could also make the argument that social media is another type of drug. And that's actually having effects on us both, again, physiologically, psychologically. You guys see where I'm going with this. So which one of you, Blackbeard, Paul, who wants to go first?
I'll go first and let Blackbeard elaborate, because he's very good at the good speak. So I would say that, all social media is cancer for kids. And that's where we've had discussions in the past where, I do agree at a lower level with Nikki Haley on, you need to verify your age before you can participate. Meaning you have to be somebody that is not a minor. After that, everything should be anonymous. You should not have to, but you have to register there. So, because I think that it's killing our kids. Social media is a cancer. And I only dealt with this, back with MySpace and early Facebook. Man, I saw what was going on, and with my kids, I was like, get the hell out of here. That's bullshit. That's not happening. Now, I mean, every kid has a phone that has video on it. My kids had those little, they had to do the AAA or, 111 or BBB 222, whatever it was. They had to use the touchpads to text each other. So, and they used to do that, and AOL and all that kind of stuff. It's gotten so much worse. It's so dangerous for our children. And with all the trafficking that's going on, it really does need to be verified to participate. At that point, you move on from there. I don't want minors on there. I'm sorry. I hate Nikki Haley. Okay. I don't agree with anything she says. But that's one thing. I want minors off of social media. That's all I want. That's my goal. So I don't know what the solution
Well,
is.
hang on. But isn't the solution just being a parent and like not letting your kids be on social media?
They have to verify. We cannot allow, because children lie to their parents. Children lie all the time, and they get away with it, and that's fine. It's part of life. But we need some way to prevent.
Okay, but hang on. How in the hell
technology, you cannot stop them. I cannot stop. If I give a child a phone, I can't stop them from accessing Instagram or TikTok or that kind of stuff. I mean, there's methods to secure the phone, but most parents
why not just not give them a phone?
Well, okay, that's fine. But Obama gave everybody a phone, even if they were not even citizens.
Well, okay, so that's okay. I hate to throw you under the bus, but that's not actually a response to the argument. That's
everybody has a phone. I know minors that got Obama phones. I know for a fact, personally, not relatives, but relatives of relatives that got Obama phones, and they were children.
So
absolutely true.
My only comment to that, and I'm going to bring it down to Blackbeard because he's been chomping at the bit for a while now. But my comment to that right there is, like, if you're a parent and you have a kid, and again, like my argument would be, like, from a security perspective, I want my child to have a phone, but it would be a flip phone. It would be like a phone that doesn't do, you can't, again, flip phones, old flip phones, you're not going to be able to access YouTube. And I know that would maybe ostracize my kids, within their peer group, because everybody else has a phone and a tablet and all this other bullshit.
Yeah, they're better off with no phone.
Yeah.
Better off with no phone.
So I don't think it's going to be easy, but I don't think life is easy. Like, life is tough, right? That is. Yeah. So here, and I'll bring it to Blackbeard. I just remember one time saying to somebody, this was like 20, 30 years ago, girl I was with, well, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, yeah, well, that's not life. Like life isn't a picket fence in a 2-car garage. Life is a fucking struggle. Well, to use Hobbes, I don't think I said this to her. Maybe I did. Maybe that's why she broke up with me. But look, life is cold, nasty, brutish, and short. We have to struggle through these things. And that's what makes life great. In my opinion, that is exactly what makes life great. As a human being, I'm going through my own struggles right now, personally, physically, business-wise, the whole 9 years. But I'm not turning to drugs for it. So bringing it back into this. But America today, I can't speak for Germany and France, but it seems the EU is equally as drugged as we are. But like the solution for a 50-some-year-old person isn't to turn to drugs. I can do drugs recreationally. We're doing it right now. I'm having a drink, yeah, we're having a fun time. This is way more entertaining for me than going to a bar any day of the week. But that doesn't change the simple fact that life is tough, cold, nasty, brutish, and short. And I have to figure out how to deal with this. So, Paul, to your point, and well, maybe I should let you, respond first. But I don't think that's the solution. Like, giving your kid a phone. Why do you have to give your kid a phone? I'm still at this point in my life where I'm like, why does your kid have to have a phone? I think it's necessary for a security perspective, but that could be a flip phone, or that could be, where only, contacts you, or whatever the case is. So just like, and it was Angry Viking. I don't know if he's still here tonight or right now, but he made the point, about they're trying to do these things. They're trying to medicate people. Well, then why not just don't play the game? I mean, he didn't say it that way, but that was part of my interpretation. Why not just don't play the game? Don't medicate your kids. Don't have your kids, like you're busy doing something. Don't just punch your kid in front of the TV, because that's another drug. And well, I'm going to shut up right there because I could keep going on that for a couple minutes.
Well, I would say, don't just give your kids whatever they need as far as getting along with other people. But if you want, or fellow children, if you want them to participate in society, if they don't have a phone today, they're gonna be a victim of bullying. However, wait, you may have a point. If they don't have the phone, they're only going to be bullied locally, and that's what we dealt with. If they have the phone, they can be bullied globally. So I'm willing to take your point into consideration there. I think it's not a bad idea in a sense, but in the sense of what do you want to deal with? Your kid's going to get bullied if they don't have a phone. A flip phone, sorry, Mark, good luck finding one. You can get one. It's they're almost all gone. You can't even get them, and you still have to pay the full price for it.
So bringing this back over to the big pharma and the whole drug side, but again, I do think that modern technology and how it operates. I mean, like there's been again, don't take my word for it. Do your own research. There's tons of studies that show how much of the dopamine hits and isn't it, a matter of fact, in my defense, I think it is. And again, don't anybody sue me, whatever. I think it is that Facebook is, or Meta, whatever you want to call it, is under some type of lawsuit right now because they've been found that they're using their algorithm specifically to target young kids. Right. So technology is a drug. I mean, there's so many things that are drug. Look, I've said this privately with these guys. Maybe I've never said this publicly before, but I'll say it again. My time in the agency, that was a drug. Like I lived a lifestyle and I was addicted to that lifestyle. It was a fucking drug. That the whole, thrill of victory, agony of defeat. I mean, dude, it's a drug. So there's all kinds of events or outside influences that affect us, mentally and physiologically, to include chemically, that have an effect upon us. But that's what drugs do. Those are still, in my opinion, the drugs that we're talking about today. Now we're talking about big pharma specifically. and what I think evil people are doing to really impact our lives right now, especially with kids. But I don't, BCP, is it a stretch to say it's the same thing? Well, what you just said, like if your kid isn't on a phone or a tablet, not on social media, your kid's going to be ostracized. So that's going to have a negative effect. So that's the same thing as like not being addicted to something, or being addicted to something. Isn't that kind of the same thing?
Yeah, then they may be put on antidepressants because they're not on the phone. But if you're a parent that's going to say you're not going to get a phone, we're going to homeschool you, that kind of stuff, I don't think you would agree to an antidepressant. I think that if going back to that and big pharma, I think we really need to get Blackbeard's final opinion on that one. But I think that in the end, it really does influencing what I have a problem with. Anytime you impact kids, whether it's having them do drag shows or watch drag shows or drugs or any of that, don't mess with the children. I'll let you live your life as you want. I will never say a word. And when I say I let you, it's not like I'm going to attack you. It just means I will never argue with you about your life. You live your life as you want to live. Touch the kids. Now I'm going to speak up. Speak up, right? Okay. Not do anything else. I'm going to speak up.
Okay, but let's use that as our, like, as we start kind of taking this out, right? We've been here for almost 2.5 hours. But Blackbeard just came back from eating some chow and whatever the hell he was doing. So where I would like to personally take it, if you guys are okay with it, is I want to take it back into what you just said, BCP, Paul, is because to me, it seems that there are some less than honorable attempts or going on in our society by groups and organizations and to include our government. And I think it's definitely designed to compel individuals to create certain acts so I can use that for political cannon fodder for how I want to continue to change what society looks like. And what I know it's taboo, but I'm going to throw this out there. You're not going to tell me that an 8-year-old kid should go through puberty blockers or hormone blockers or go under the knife and have a sex change. Like, I think this is incredibly evil. Like, I don't give a shit what, Paul, to your point, this is where I'm going to shut up. You guys can respond. I don't care if you're an adult. You are now adult. Your brain has functioned. The hormones have the chemical balance in your body has kind of settled down a little bit. And now you can make a rational, well-educated decision. And you're like, no, I'm going to do this. I'm going to give myself some breasts. I'm going to cut off my penis. I'm going to give myself a vagina. And okay, that's a different story. But not when you're 8 or 12 years old. I mean, like that is not how physiologically we work as a species. So that is where I do have an issue. And I don't care if that pisses some people off. But I think the moment you start throwing hormone blockers and inhibitors into children, come on, all of us today, even if you disagree with me right now, if you're watching this, that if you remember back to that period of your life, how crazy things were. You loved Susie one day, and then you loved, you wanted to be an astronaut the next day, whatever it was. Dude, it's a crazy period in time. That's who we are as a species. It is a very difficult time. Actually, I think it's designed in purpose because then it challenges parents to be good parents and to help raise their kids. I think those are intentional difficulties presented to us. So your parents can help you, guide you through those, those crazy times, because being a kid, it's a crazy time being a kid. And the older you get, when your hormones really start kicking in, it's an even crazier time. But back all the way to Redbeard, he's not here. So I don't want to say too much because I'm not saying he wouldn't, agree with me. But if you look at school shootings and if you look at mass casualty type of events, what's the one thing that no one wants to talk about? They don't want to talk about the drugs the kids are on. They don't want to talk about the shooter and what he has been, and it's almost always a boy. It might be a boy pretending to be a girl, but it's a boy. It is a natural fucking male. It's a natural male, XY chromosomes who've been subjected to these drugs, and then something doesn't click, and then the next thing you know, they're doing some horrific act. All right. On that note, that's where I'm going to shut up. So who wants to, Blackbeard, dude, with your sexy ass beard? You got to like jump in here, dude. You've been silent for too long.
I mean, man, it's a lot of interesting questions. There's one point I wanted to make that I wasn't able to make earlier, and then I'll touch on what you just said. One of them is that one of the preeminent philosophers of the 20th century was a British man named Bertrand Russell. And he said, and I'm quoting here, quote, "Diet, injections, and injunctions will combine from a very early age to produce the sort of character and the sort of beliefs that the authorities consider desirable, and any serious criticism of the powers that be will become psychologically impossible. Even if all are miserable, all will believe themselves happy because the government will tell them that they are so," unquote. That's Bertrand Russell.
Well, Bertrand Russell is I don't want to sound weird or elitist or whatever, but like, that's a smart motherfucker. I mean, yeah, that's one of those people like just Thomas Sowell, like God graced that individual just some weird type of insight or intellect, or or kept telling him who was going to win the game next weekend or something. I don't know how you describe that, but that's a great quote right there. Can you expound upon that a little bit more? Like, where do you want to go with that?
Yeah, I can. Well, so for example, like a lot of
but I just want to say one more time. Matter of fact, and if you get a chance, like maybe post a comment, and I'll post it on here so everybody can see. Like whatever that dialectic was from, or whatever that was from, because that's really good stuff right there. I mean, I know that sounds. This is where we get in trouble. People have said, "Hey, you guys get a little too esoteric." No, okay, whatever, but. Dude, that's come on, man. That's just, yeah,
I'll tell you why I go there, and maybe they don't like it, but this is why I go there, and why I think it's important, because I don't just do it for the fun of it. I don't think it's actually very fun at all. But what it is it's the same. It is the same form as going into the doctor, like we talked about earlier, and the doctor's like, "Well, your blood pressure is high," and you say, "Well, is that a problem?" They say, "Yes." And you ask them, "What do I do?" And they say, "Here's a drug to lower your blood pressure." And then the next question that pops in your head, but you try to dismiss it, is, "Well, wait a minute. Why is my blood pressure high?" So the esoteric stuff that we go into is the person sitting there with the question, asking themselves, "Why is my blood pressure high?" So the surface level stuff is dealing with symptoms. But the esoteric stuff, the more hidden things, or maybe more deeply meaningful things, those are the reasons for those symptoms. And so if you want the symptoms to ultimately actually disappear or change, then it's at that level that you have to address the problem. It's not at the level of the symptomatic expression. So that's why I go there, and that's why I'm interested in that. I'm not interested in just, somebody look at everybody shooting up everybody today. Well, yeah. Why? Because if you want to stop the shooting up, you got to get to the why. And the why is a bit more esoteric, because whatever's administering this system is very clever. And they'll say, "Oh, they're all incompetent." At a certain level, there is a lot of incompetence. But whatever is actually administering this system is very competent. It knows exactly what it's doing. And it's doing an awfully good job of it, unfortunately. That's my opinion on it. And that's why I go to that place. So it's like diet. Well, what makes somebody what they are? You just talked about, well, when people hit puberty, it's a lot of, well, why is it a big change like that? And the answer is hormones. And so if I am influencing your food in such a way that it influences in a negative way the production of hormones in your body, or the expression of hormones in your body, Well, then that's on the path that maybe I want. Or you can just say, well, they just do it to make money. Everybody's just out to make money. I'm just telling you, if you really think that this whole thing is happening just so people can make money, you're an idiot. You're an absolute idiot. It's much deeper than that.
Yeah.
And you can change. You don't have to stay an idiot, but you are an idiot if you think that.
No, and so as you were talking, I just wrote down a note, and to that point, I think you're nailing it right there. And if we do a follow-up segment to this, I think maybe that should be the focus. Excuse me, but so in the military, I'm thinking back. This was like God, this was probably like the late 80s, early 90s. I think it was the early 90s. And we used to have, you would see them, if you went to a different company or a different, if you were in the infantry, if you went someplace else, you would see some poster or some slogan someplace that said something along these lines. Your enemy is right over there, or your enemy, wherever. That mother effer is training his ass off to kill you. What are you doing right now? And I think that goes to what you just said right there, Blackbeard. It's that same thing. You have to ask yourself, like, okay, what are you doing to prevent this? What are you doing to be ready for it? What are you doing? Because evil isn't taking a day off. Evil's working 7 days out of 7, 24 out of 7. Evil is working its ass off to make sure it can win. Like that is so. For all the subjects we've kind of covered tonight, we're still talking, big pharma, how it's affecting kids and being so. As a parent, as an adult, you've got to realize, like, dude, the fight is everywhere. It really is. It's social media, it's big pharma, it's horrible leaders, it's the actual physical enemies that we have in our society, like China wants, whatever. Dude, evil or enemies, they are out there fucking bench pressing, they're doing squats, they're doing burpees. They are working their ass off to make sure they can win. Even within our own country right now, look at what the other side, the other side of freedom. I don't put that into liberal or correction, Democrat or Republican anymore. Like those days are done. There's a side of our society in America that wants to destroy America. And those motherfuckers are doing burpees and bench press. They are working out. What are we doing? Well, I mean, we're trying to do a podcast to talk about it, but what are we doing as a society? We're not doing shit. We're not trying to respond to that as what you just said there, Blackbeard. We're not even talking about again, the VA, big pharma. There's only a handful of people who even talk about this, who have the platforms in which they could actually reach people. We're doing this tonight. We've had I think our max was 8 people watching this live tonight. We've got some really good engagement, the people who are watching, again, Angry Veteran and KK, great comments and whatever the case is. But where are we as a people? What are we really doing about this? Because tying it back into big pharma, again, our enemies are doing burpees. They are kicking ass, training to kick our ass, and they're winning. And to our big point here, we're all medicated. Oh, my kid's a little crazy, or I'm feeling a little bit whatever. Oh, I guess I'll take some oxycodone or fentanyl-based drug that the VA or somebody else gives to me. And then what happens? A year later, you have a breakdown, or some part of your body breaks down, and then you die, or you do something crazy. And then when you do something crazy, then the evil powers to be will be like, yeah, see, that's why we shouldn't have guns. See, another example why every child should be under the stewardship of the school system, or whatever the case is. I really do think this is just part of, and so I'm ending this conversation tonight with what I really believe. I just don't see how this is not part of some other of evil's master plan. You don't have to believe in Christianity. I think it's the devil. I mean, I'm becoming more and more convinced the older I'm getting, and I'm just seeing the stuff that, of course, there is a God, because there has to be a God, because there's two sides to every coin, and everything I'm seeing going on around me in society clearly indicates some evil, aka Satan. Big pharma. we've all said it. Hey, something's wrong with you. Take another drug. Oh, that didn't work. Take another drug. Again, that Star Trek thing. Oh, I got a drug for that, and I got a drug for this, and I got a drug for that. I don't know. Did that make sense, guys? Or maybe I should just shut up. I am on my second drink, and I will do honor to Jeremy. I'll kick my pinky out there, and I'll take another sip. But so it's kind of been a long. I don't know. What do you guys think, Blackbeard? Or you're walking away, so you got to go, or do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I'll make a comment. So, there's a verse in Ephesians 6:12. It says, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers and wickedness in high places." And that's a very long discussion. That's something that I could talk about for hours, to be honest with you. But I have found in my life that is very, very true. And we're dealing with actual evil here. And it filters down through the systems of the world. And as far as we buy into it, it's like, well, why are they behaving that way? Because they bought in. But it's all administered from this top-down hierarchy, and it's not random. It's the reason that people want things to be random. And I want things to be random. I want, for example, Alan Moore, which is like this Scottish wizard that writes a lot of comics and things like that, and is very popular. He says that the greatest terror is that the world is actually run by chaos, that nobody's at the wheel, nobody's at the helm. Yeah. And I'm not disparaging him, but I will just say as kindly as I can, I couldn't disagree more. I couldn't possibly express how much that's the opposite of that. And there is a lot of incompetence. There's a lot of it, and it causes a lot of problems. And you can go and point it out, and you're right. But what is happening right now, what is happening in this world is not natural. It is not natural. It is genuine evil on a level that people don't really appreciate. That doesn't mean there's nothing to be done about it. Doesn't mean that there isn't hope. There are all of those things. Yep. But we have to look to, why is my blood pressure high? Not how do I get my blood pressure down? Why is this happening? What is the source of this? And that's got to be your target. And that's how we'll make a change. It's like, and to Paul's point, technology is an intractable thing. It gambits you through like game theory, where it's, to his point, the way that they've done this, and this is you can listen, you can see just happenstance in this, and you know what? God bless you if you see it. But this is how it works. It's like there are certain restrictions on government that there are not on corporations. And the controllers that are administering the system, they understand that. And that's why they're going through private corporations, because they have greater latitude in their behavior. So it's like, well, there's no law that you have to have a cell phone, right? Like nobody came with a gun to your head and said, look, you get a cell phone or we're throwing you in a cell. But what they do is they create the environment, the circumstances such that it's like, oh, you don't have to have a cell phone, but it's a competitive advantage and everybody else has one. So might behoove you to have a cell phone.
Well, and just think about that. Just on that note, I mean, like, why in the hell would you give illegal immigrants cell phones? I mean, like, you are in essence disarming them by arming them with the tool that's going to disarm them, if that makes any sense. Like, hey, you've already committed a violation, an illegal act, but that's okay.
I got something else to say. Just I'll just say,
but you know what I'm saying. Like, so I'm going to give you this thing that I can further control you, because again, it's still a chemical reaction. It's still just like a drug is. I'm going to control you, and I'm going to be able to manipulate you, because because you come from a third world country. So I'm going to give you technology that you'll be engrossed in, you'll be addicted to. And then guess what? You'll be following all the things I want you to follow and saying all the things I want you to say, Look, that social credit score is already here in America. But anyway, Blackbeard, go ahead. But we got to get BCP in the fight because I know he's got some things to say. But go
Yes,
ahead. Go ahead,
yes,
Blackbeard.
I am a nerd, and I'm completely unashamed of that. Those are the people that are running this world. Okay. And if you go ahead and look at the artwork in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and if you know what you're looking for, you'll see some very interesting things in that artwork. And he was the one who wrote what's the one with that Natalie Portman was in, that was like basically his ripoff of 1984.
That's V for Vendetta.
V for Vendetta.
Yep. Dude,
Go ahead and look at that. Tell me that's not predictive programming.
Oh,
that is reflective of exactly the world that we're living in at this time.
Yeah.
So
straight up. And by the way, just from because I am a geek because I do like good movies, and V for Vendetta and League of Extraordinary Gentlemen are like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen wasn't a very well received movie. Dude, there's all kinds of cool little snippets and tidbits in that movie that are worth, go back and watch the movie again. V for Vendetta, there's just it's almost like it was written because they knew what was going to happen. I mean, on some level, I don't know. BCP, what do you think?
Isn't it? It's just a mystery how they nail these things.
Yeah, right. Seriously, right? How did they do that? Oh, it's so funny.
Must be happenstance.
Total.
Yeah.
Total. How many times can you roll the dice and they keep coming up snake eyes? I don't know.
Indeed.
Yeah. All right, BCP, let's get you in the fight here. Boys, if you guys are okay with this, we'll start wrapping this up here in the next 15 minutes. We're at 2:45,
Yeah.
but look, it's Saturday night. This is way more fun than going to a bar. We still got a couple people watching us. Angry Viking is actually Angry Viking, you're watching right now. If you want to come on for just like a cameo, dude, we can make this happen. If you want to come on and join us here. But as we start wrapping up, Paul, I want to come back to you and I want to maybe press the issue on one last little thing. How much do drugs and the drugs that are being forced upon us, what, if any, effect do they have on violence or, again, school shooting, like however you want to take it, but is there a negative effect that they're having on society that we just don't want to talk about because it's verboten and it's like, well, you can't talk about transgenders and X, Y, and Z. Are you willing to take that on? Or
Yeah, I want to say a few things first, but I do want,
All right.
in case I forget it, those drugs numb the mind, and that's why things are happening. But I'll elaborate on that. But V for Vendetta, that's why the Guy Fawkes mask became popular. That absolutely started that. As far as anonymous and those type of things. But if we were smart, we would have been giving out those cell phones so that we could track those, but we're not smart. We gave them cell phones because we wanted to get votes in the future. We are a stupid, stupid government, Republicans and Democrats. Stupid. Give cell phones to illegals, so be it. Give cell phones to anybody that you can potentially get a vote from, do it. I give up. I honestly give up on that. We need somebody to really, because I have no power. I have nothing. All I do is have my vote, and that's all I'm going to use. God forbid I do anything. God forbid I even show up in D.C. I'll never go to D.C. ever again because people are going to jail for just being outside on a certain day. Fuck that. I'm not going there ever again. And you know what they did? They succeeded in getting somebody that has passion to stay away from the situation. They won. So we need to do something else. We need our representatives to do something to help us there. But back to Big Pharma. They are absolutely working hand in hand with our government. They're padding their pockets, our politicians, and I don't think Nikki Haley's padding her pocket with money from Big Pharma. She's doing it from the military-industrial complex. But others are, and I know Rand Paul is not. So he's a guy I trust. and I know it because of how he speaks. And same with you, Mark. People call you a spy. They say you're a plant, and dude, Blackbeard, Redbeard, and I, we would both spot that on minute one. There's no way. And if you are, you're not getting anything from us because we wouldn't tell you anything that he wouldn't want to tell
Hang on,
you.
but let's be honest. You guys may not have anything to give me, period. Whatever.
Exactly. We have nothing to give you.
Yeah.
But even if we did, we know. So we're good judge of people. So that part I wanted to make sure I got out there. But as far as Big Pharma goes, I want to wrap this up because we are getting late. And what was it? Angry Viking said something I wanted to respond to. It was so far back.
Some of his last comments. It's a landmine on YouTube. Surprised we haven't already been kicked off.
Yeah, that's it. So that's it. Yeah. So unfortunately, Angry Viking.
Hang on. Here's what he really said. Hang on, Paul. That's what he really said.
Blackbeard could be a spy with smooth. Oh yeah. No kidding.
Seriously, that smooth voice and that sexy beard of his. He is,
dude. I would never use the word sexy talking about another man, but you do you.
Oh, come on, man. It's okay. It's all right. It's fair. I mean, hey, look, dude, your beard is better than mine.
Hey,
I have beard envy.
I know. And I want to say one thing that I know we lost Blackbeard, but well, maybe I'll wait for him. I don't want to say something.
So Blackbeard is gone so it's just me and you wrapping this up. So
yeah, let's wrap it up.
He lost his data. He just lost the ability to stay with us anymore. So yeah, so it's just me and you wrapping it up. But I do want to just, before you start kind of wrapping it up, I want to end on a strong note. I think the thing that we've danced around with tonight, and the conversation is the conversation. It just took the direction it took. But in my humble opinion, it wasn't as saucy as it was when we were all talking a week or two ago. I kind of want to end it on that right there. It's like, and maybe we follow this up on a different conversation, but look, there's no doubt about it that we are all being overly medicated, and some of that medication is causing some of us to react and respond in strange ways. And I don't think it is an age thing. Yeah, okay, maybe it's young kids become school shooters, but dude, I'm seeing videos of old people, people my age, who are supposed to be more tempered, more worldly, more experienced, who are freaking out over the smallest fucking things. That's why we have these Karen videos and stuff going on. So I want you to kind of respond to that, if you don't mind. If we're going to wrap it up, let's wrap it up there. And then we can end it with a joke. But
yeah, so I will say that I have, whatever, normal issues people have. They try drugs, and I had interactions with them. I have been pharmaceutical free since 2012, with the exception of Tylenol, ibuprofen, or if I take a flight, I obviously will take some kind of drug because I hate flying. So I'll admit that fully, that you take those kind of drugs, but I won't take anything else. F it, I'm done. And it's been 22 years. I'm sorry, 12 years. 22. I hope 22. It's been 12 years. And I've had no difference in, my feeling. I diet when I can, and then gain weight, lose weight, all that kind of stuff, just like every other human being. And I know what I need to eat that's best for me. And most of the time I do it. And then when I don't, then I have to, really toggle down on there. But I refuse to take all these drugs. I'm not taking any of them. And when it comes to vaccines, I'm not against vaccines. I'm against emergency vaccines. Why is it still an emergency vaccine? So I'll leave it at that, right? But I'm fine with that. If they had an Ebola vaccine, I absolutely would have taken that. People were bleeding out of their eyes and shit like that. That was crazy. I mean, I would have definitely thought that would have been something to do. So yeah, as far as Big Pharma goes, I'm done with you, man. I just want you. I want antibiotics. I want antivirals. If they're tested, but definitely antibiotics. I want enhanced antibiotics that will help cure things like MRSA and those type of those type of infections that people die from because, or these skin diseases. Why are we not spending money on that? Because that would help us, and they won't make any money off of it.
Yeah,
that's the whole problem with that.
Well,
Yeah.
And that goes into like already established drugs like ivermectin and other things that were already, they were poo-pooed and like, because there just wasn't the dollar, the price point, the profit margin. It just wasn't there because these things already existed. And so I just wrote down two different notes. As you were talking, we had that little comment from AVV, but so something that you and I, so here's the note I wrote down, but we talked about this when we had this initial conversation. And I'm not a doctor. I'm not telling you what to do. You, whoever's watching or listening to this conversation, I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm just simply sharing a conversation that Paul and I had. Well, Redbeard was part of that. Again, this was that initial conversation a week or two ago. But Paul, you talked about that, like, just dropping all the prescribed meds. I'm here to tell you, I'm right at that point in my life, and not because you said it to me, but because I'm an adult. I've lived in, I've got a ton of different experiences. Doesn't make me better or worse than anybody else, but I'm at that point. I'm like, I think I'm just going to drop all these things because my body's fucked up. My sleep cycle's fucked up. My balance is fucked up. Like all the, because I'm taking drugs, and drugs affect every individual differently, right? Like you could take a drug and you're good to go. I take that same drug for the same reasons and I'm dizzy or I'm tired or whatever the case is. So you and I talked about that. And I'll give you a chance to respond to that before I continue. But like, I think there's something to be sent to that. It's like, well, why don't I just like cut out all this bullshit, big pharma shit, and I just like watch my diet and exercise a little bit more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If you're a type 1 diabetic, don't deny that medicine. I'm not.
That's a different, right? That's different.
But let's say you have you've had a heart attack already, and they want to put you on those statins. The ones that, I would reject today, you may as well do it, right? I mean, just to be honest, at that point, you want to do everything you can to prevent a future catastrophic event. But if you are to the point where they're saying, well, your numbers, if they mention numbers, and unless they're off the charts, I'm personally, I'm staying off the meds now. I believe them, you're borderline this and borderline that. You know what borderline is? They change that line. They move the goalpost all the time because they want to sell drugs. They want to sell those drugs. So they move the line so that, everybody in society is going to qualify. You need this drug. And I know people with the cholesterol drugs, they were in the 700s and stuff, they were outrageously horrible. And then they drop it down to, you have to be below 180 and this kind of stuff. And I was like, this is insane. Because I know people personally that, they might be at 400 and their doctor said, you know what, you used to be at 700. So now you're good. And we'll give you, a statin, but okay, that's cool. But when you're at 220 or something, and they say, we need to get you below 200. So we're going to give you a statin. That is absolute pharmaceutical interference and big pharma interfering with us in our health. They want to sell those damn drugs. And you know what it does? And the biggest side effect that's the problem is it does impact your liver. So, and the doctors will tell you that. They will tell you that. They're not going to lie. So if you now your cholesterol is, 30 points above where it should be, but we're going to give you a drug that's going to now require us to test your liver every 6 months to make sure we don't mess with your liver. And then if the liver gets messed up, well, maybe you shouldn't have taken the drug. So,
because your
that's
liver is way
gambling. They're
more
rolling
important.
the dice.
Your
It's
liver
all
is way
gambling.
more important than like being a little bit high in your your ADL, your cholesterol levels. Right? Exactly. And hey, I'm going to post this real quickly. So just a quick shout out to AVV. He's been with us all night long, but he had to your point, like
Yeah.
and he's not giving medical advice. None of
I
us
am
are
not.
giving
No,
medical
yeah.
advice. But
Thank you.
But the point we are making is like, dude, do your own fucking research and actually, and to Jeremy's point, who's no longer here with us, but like, find a doctor. Like, so my personal experience, my almost every one of my veterans, my VA doctors didn't give a shit about me, didn't want to talk about my physical condition, just wanted to talk about how many drugs they were prescribing for me and what I needed to be on this for this 6-month period or whatever the case is. So that's kind of what AVV is saying. That's kind of what you were saying. Like,
No, but I agree with him. Don't go cold turkey. If you decide to stop it, don't go cold turkey. That's absolutely. But I'm not always trust your doctor. I'm absolutely not a doctor. I trust myself to do what I want, and I wouldn't go cold turkey. I would.
But isn't that just a common sense thing for everything? Like, hey, look,
people.
So, no, just give me a second. Give me a second here. Like, so it's 2024 right now, January 2024. This recent madness in our society started in 2020, or actually, 2020. Yeah. So, matter of fact, it started kind of January, February of 2020. So we're almost 4 years into this psychological conditioning madness experiment, whatever you want to say. So, like, whatever drug you have been prescribed, whether it's like a statin, which has, which is designed to do X, or maybe it's something that's designed to deal with your stress, or a cyclobenzaprine or whatever the case is, dude, we are not doctors, but BCP is correct here, and consult your doctor on this. If you are thinking you're going to, like, because this is what I'm thinking I'm going to take my life back. And I'm just gonna be like, I'm done with this shit. I'm like, no, I'm gonna eat better. I'm gonna exercise, but I'm gonna still talk to my doctor about that. That's what we're saying. We are not doctors, So F off to anybody who's thinking that we're giving you medical advice. We're just trying to say, be smart about this and talk to other smart people. And hopefully your doctor is a smart person, as opposed to somebody, as we pointed out earlier today, it's like, oh, actually, I was kind of hoping you would die because then I could like write you off on this and I could get more money for my institute, or for me personally, or whatever the case might be. And that shit has actually happened in the last 3 years. So again, you think we're crazy? Why in the hell were medical professionals, professional entities, individuals and organizations? The guy's got 2 to the chest and 1 to the head, or he's wrapped around a telephone pole from a motorcycle incident. They're like, nope, it was the that did it to him. If you think we're still in a world where people are just honest, like, I don't know, man. I guess that's my ending comment right there. For me, this whole conversation, and I'm just at the very end bringing it around to what I really believe is happening, is like, there's no doubt in my mind, evil exists. It manifests itself on our, whether this is a computer simulation or this is real, whatever you want to say, I don't care. But something is out there that is contrary. It is against what we would assume to be the things that we were brought up to believe and encouraged to promote, which is liberty, freedom, personal rights. There's something going on in the world right now. And I think the medical industry has somehow become a tool for, I think the other side has gained control of that. I mean, that's really there. That was about as personal, as honest as I could make it. I think the enemy has gained control of this section of the war fighting environment, and it's no longer anything that we can really rely upon anymore. Like when Fauci's out there contradicting himself every other second, there's so much evidence and proof. Do your own research. I mean, come on, man. Yeah, we're screwed. We're in big trouble here, and big pharma is a big part of that big trouble. That dude, no, I just said big pharma, big trouble. That just made me want to come all the way around full circle as we end this with a little bit of a smile. But a good thing that has the word big in it is Big Trouble in Little China. If you've never seen that movie, you got to watch it. It's a great movie, but not to try to make it like a joke out of this whole thing, but to end it from my perspective on a serious note, BCP, we're in big trouble, dude. I mean, we are in big trouble, and there's obviously a real fight going on, in my opinion. And the pharmaceutical industry is, God, I don't know. Is that the war on the Western Front? Is that? But there's
part of crony capitalism. It's all crony capitalism.
Yeah,
big pharma is part of that, and you know, we you know, I never thought that we would. I would live through where I thought that United States was completely crony capitalism. It is, and if we don't reverse course, we're progressing to socialism and so on. But I want to make a point real quick before we wrap it up. Angry Viking is right, especially those we talked about, people on SSRIs and all these drugs. You cannot just stop taking them. You absolutely need to wean yourself off. So work with your doctor. I am not giving you medical advice, but I want to say, please don't go cold turkey, as it was mentioned, on anything, even cigarettes. Don't go cold turkey. Maybe it works for you, maybe it doesn't, but never take my advice here as anything close to medical. It's all anecdotal. It's all my experience, and it's my choice that I made. My body, my choice.
Well, so that to the point. Everything we've said tonight, and to include Al, and I just pulled it up there on the screen for everybody else to see too. Like we all know this. No one's actually giving medical advice. AVV's not giving medical advice. You're not giving medical advice. I'm not giving medical advice. We're talking.
Well, we're absolutely telling you not to stop these drugs because of what you heard here. No way. Definitely don't do that. Even if you hear it somewhere else, never just cold turkey anything. Get your doctor's advice.
So, but see, that's exactly it. But if your doctor is corrupted and your doctor is evil,
I know, but there are medical reactions that will occur. For example, if you get if you're on prednisone for something, we've all been on prednisone. They build it up and they wean you off. Just use prednisone as an example. It's because it's just not good for you.
And just on a personal note, last week I missed one night of my meds, and so I take the vast majority of my meds at night, even though the VA tells me to take them in the morning. But then my civilian doctor says, well, why would you do that? If they make you dizzy or whatever the case is, why don't you just take them at night? Because then you'll be sleeping. It won't matter if you feel dizzy or whatever. Maybe it'll give you fucked up dreams, but you won't be living your life and trying to do shit while you're all discombobulated. So, two different competing thoughts. But to your point and to AVV's point, like, you can't just quit cold turkey on some of that stuff. I mean, maybe you can. I mean, I suppose, but the reality is, like, if you've been on a drug for a year, dude, that chemical is inside of your body, and it's going to have. And if you just let it go, and so that's my point. So last week I missed my nighttime meds one day, and the next day I didn't know, and I didn't realize it. I didn't know that I forgot to take my meds the night before. I really didn't. I thought I did take my meds, but the next day I was like all fucked up. Like my day was fucked. It was messed up. And then 2 days later I realized, I'm like, oh my shit, you forgot to take your meds. So so you can't just go cold turkey. I mean, maybe you can, but there's going to be a consequence if you do that. Again, we're not doctors. We're not giving you medical advice. F you, YouTube, everybody else. But there's something.
What about caffeine? Caffeine. You can't go cold turkey if you've been drinking caffeine for a long time. You'll have a headache for 2 weeks. I've gone through that, and caffeine is a legal drug that does not require a prescription. And if you go cold turkey after drinking a ton of coffee and soda, it's going to hurt you.
Well, yeah. So Hey, so on that note, so I just put up the Stelly08 just said, big pharma needs sick people to stay in business. That's
Yep.
absolutely that. Of course, that's
And
correct.
if you're not sick, they'll make you sick. They'll tell you you're sick for something else.
Yeah, well, so that goes into, as we're wrapping this up, that was the ultimate point that we were trying to make earlier. Like, again, hey, your kid's hyperactive, so we'll give you a drug for your kid, and then if your kid reacts negatively to that drug, we'll give them another drug to make them. I personally think it's all designed for evil purposes. So I kind of like, our conversation. I really want to just like stop taking the meds I'm on right now. I really do. But I'm smart enough to realize that, again, a week ago, I missed taking my drugs one night. And the next day was like, dude, shit was weird. It was just, I was all fucked up and discombobulated, da da da. And, but Stelly, that's the point we were making this whole video. It's like, this is exactly what is wrong with this big pharma. And by default, I mean, I think I think I'm starting to realize that there's really not much of a distinction between the military industrial complex, big pharma, big corporations, big tech, big social media, the media. There's clearly something going on here. There has to be. Like, maybe that's not as coordinated as you would think it would be. Like, but how is it that like so many different, diverse news medias, you've seen the mashups, and they're all saying the same thing, across different networks, ABC, NBC, local, national, and you see those mashups. They're all saying the same thing verbatim. Well, that same type of evil applies to what we're talking about right now with like big pharma. Oh, dude. Oh, you've got a pain in your ass? Well, then take this drug, because every time I issue this drug, my little, like, whether it's my little, like, home doctor thing gets money, or the VA gets money, or a big hospital gets money. So here, matter of fact, BCP, I'm going to end it on this, and you take it where you want to go. My final comment for this live stream is, how in the F was it? How in the F is it, or was it, depending on how you look at it, that medical professionals espoused and went along with, and hospitals went along with the whole surgical mask bullshit? The moment we knew the size of the particulate, we knew that medical masks were worthless. It was trying to stop, the best thing I ever heard from a different customer on Centerline Systems, it was trying to stop a BB using a volleyball net to stop a BB. But everybody, like, and I knew that, I seriously, I'll raise my hand. I knew that back in 2020, because in 2020, I already was looking at studies. Once we knew the size, it was like, 3 microns. Whatever. I'm like, dude, that thing isn't going to do shit. Even an N95 isn't going to do shit. It was below even come on, man. And so when medical professionals, doctors, people whose reputation is based on their ability to accurately diagnose what's wrong with you and give you positive prescriptive, results or medications or exercises, when those people went along with that shit, I mean, so think about this. I think there's a greater evil at play. That's my final comment, because how in the fuck did those guys go along with that shit? They know better. They knew better, and they still know better.
Money. It's all about money.
Okay, you respond. You say what you want to say there.
Yeah, it's all about money. I do want to say, Stelly, hello from New Zealand. That's awesome. And I agree, the WHO is all part of it. This is a global issue here, and it's all about money and power, in my opinion.
Well, hang on, just real quickly. New Zealand, God bless you. Seriously, that's awesome. Thank you for joining us here tonight, Stelly. And but that I just wanted to point out that comment I just posted that Stelly made, because I think that's where you're going right now, right? I think
Yeah.
Stelly's saying the thing you're about to say.
And yeah, absolutely. And that happened in the past. And right now, hospitals, at least in the United States, are bringing back the masks. They're requiring masks.
They're
there.
trying to. They're trying to.
No, but yeah, it depends on what state you're in and that kind of. So we do have a little bit of flexibility there. But I can tell you, even in the most free states, the hospitals are they're all in the pocket, man. I've had, I walk into a hospital. I'm going for an appointment to, take a look, get an X-ray or something, right? Of something that, it's not a break or anything, but just to double check on something. And I've been charged by a guard to, why don't you get your mask? They're over there. You can't come in here without a mask. And I was like, look over there. That whole waiting room. Nobody's wearing a mask. Are you serious? But it's so political that it's ridiculous, because that whatever, he wasn't a state trooper or a county cop or anything, or a sheriff or anything, but he could see that. He just has his area to protect, and he's doing that, and he's given his marching orders. That scares me. It really does, because if it was really an issue and it really mattered, he would have gone over and made every one of those people wear a mask. But we know the masks don't work. But yeah, I'll give it. I'll call it quits with that. But thank you, Stelly. There, appreciate it.
All right. So hey, what do you want to do here? Like seriously, it's Saturday night. Like I'm here to tell you, boys and girls, whoever's watching this, this is so much more fun for me anyway. As a person, you do you, but for me as a person, this has been a great night. We've been doing this podcast here tonight for almost 3 hours. I've had 2 drinks. I had a little bit of fun with Jeremy. We put our pinkies out when we were doing our drinks. That actually will come up in a different podcast in the future. But this is a very serious subject. I mean, and it's one of those subjects that where like a lot of your friends will say, "Well, you're just crazy," but then you'll say, "But if I'm crazy, then why is this happening? Why are these people the ones who are committing mass murders?" And when we look at like the recent mass shootings, like, well, why is it people who've been either subjected to this drug or that drug or some other drug? And then even my little, again, it's anecdotal. It's totally subjective. This isn't like, scientific or objective fact, but what about these Karens and these weird people that are freaking out on everybody all the time? Like that didn't happen. Seriously, Paul, did that happen when you and I are almost the same age? Did that ever happen when we were kids growing up? Did you have anybody in your neighborhood freaking out and acting like that? Like there's something in there's either something in our water or alcohol or the shots we've been given, but something is going on. And I personally think it's designed to, either dumb us down, deaden our senses. Well, there's one thing right there. This will be the last thing I say. There'll be a crime being committed. There will be like an aggravated assault. Like somebody will be like a woman. I know there's people like, women can handle themselves. Okay, you say that until it's a woman being assaulted by a guy who's 6'2" and 240 pounds. Well, then the woman can't. But so putting that aside, because we're led to believe that a woman is as strong as a man. We all know that's not true. That's just it's stupid. It's irresponsible to say that kind of shit. So when it does happen though, and a bunch of men are just sitting there filming it with their phones, as opposed to interjecting and solving the problem and protecting the woman, then we blame those guys. And then when a child freaks out and shoots up a school, we just simply say it's the fault of guns. So there's a weird thing that's happening right now, and a lot of this has to do with chemicals and how those drugs that we are ingesting or drinking or being prescribed are affecting how our body digests those chemicals and process those chemicals and what we do with that. That's my final comment right there, because I think that's what we were trying to address in this podcast. We all need to wake up and take a step back and simply say, this might not be the right idea. This might not be the way we should go about doing this. When children already have hormonal issues, we probably shouldn't fuck with their hormones. They already have enough issues on their own. They're kids, hormones, growing up to be young ladies, growing up to young men. You're going to add chemicals to that, and you're going to do some things to make that even more fucked up. Well, then what happens, a year or two later? Well, unfortunately, we're starting to see this. I mean, look at the last mass shootings. Take it all the way back to the Pulse nightclub, in Miami, Florida. It's not done by, and the media doesn't want to talk about this. It's not being perpetrated by a quote unquote, normal average person. It's a person who's been exposed to SSRIs or some other type of drugs or hormonal inhibitors. We are creating a society in which shit is just going to go wrong. And for some reason, we're not willing to talk about that, or we're afraid to talk about that. I don't think that's a good course of action. That's my final comment right there for tonight. Paul, what do you got? And we should wrap it up after on that.
Yeah,
hang on.
This is
I just got to do this, dude. Right there, fluoride. See, there's a whole lot about water. Dude, that's not crazy, right there. Some people be like,
no,
"Oh, that's
not
crazy." No, it's not.
I've been on well water for a long time now, and I prefer it absolutely.
Yeah.
But so to wrap up my point. We've always had, and I would say some of this might be government influenced. We've had some kind of drugs pushed into our society. In the 60s, we had a lot of assassinations. In the 70s, we had hijackings, those type of things. In the 80s, 70s and 80s combining, we had serial killers. And then in the 90s, we had school shooters. And we'll stop at the 90s, right? I just want to leave it there. At all points in time, there was a specific drug or a program utilized. And I believe that the assassinations were absolutely a government program, whatever. That's Paul's opinion. But, once you get beyond that, well, maybe what the hell caused serial killers? And why did that, why was it in the 70s and 80s? And you could say DNA, but DNA was not strong in the early 90s. So it kind of stopped. Okay, cameras, that kind of stuff. And that's true. That would prevent some of that kind of stuff. But we've had these type of killings. We are humans. Unfortunately, we kill each other. Whether it's, an assassination of a figure, or it's serial killers, or it's school shootings. It hasn't ended. It's not about weapons, because they don't always use the same things. Most of the time it is a gun, but it's the most powerful.
No. Most of the time, in our time in history, it's a gun. But dude, other times it was all done with swords and spears. Yeah, seriously, yeah.
If you take away the guns, you'll get what you're getting in Europe, where they have knife problems now.
Yep.
So I just want to say that it's not necessarily about.
Hey,
and I know
before just a quick interruption. AVV is about to bounce off. Hey, seriously, sir, thank you for being with us the whole time. We're about to wrap it up, but thanks for just being there. I seriously, we all appreciate your comments, and hopefully we'll see you on the next live stream. And if you ever want to come on and be a part of the live stream and actually make your comments in person, dude, that's what we want to do. That's the whole purpose of this live stream, is to get other people involved and have a conversation, because we're not the smartest people in the bunch. But AVV, thank you very much, sir. We all appreciate it. And have a great night. And just thanks for being with us tonight. Seriously, honestly.
Yep. Appreciate it. And thanks, Stelly, too. And I'll just end there. I think I made enough of my point that I wanted to make. And I think we can carry over, but Big Pharma is evil. So that's my last point.
Well, okay. So, hey, it's getting late. Everybody's got things to do. How about we wrap it up right now then?
Yep.
Matter of fact, and I'm not going to lie, I kind of want to wrap it up so Paul and I can have a private conversation. I can smoke a cigar and we can talk about the crazy things that we thought were coming out, through this conversation here tonight. But I will leave it with this. I mean, this is my closing statement. I just don't see how it can be. Again, both mathematically, philosophically, like, take it into any realm that you want or any discipline that you want. But I just have a really hard point. I have a really hard time looking at modern history, modern events, and not just seeing behind the curtain. Like, dude, the emperor is naked, he has no clothes, or I'm trying to think of the hell's that Yellow Brick Road. What is that? Why can't I think of it all of a sudden?
Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz. Yeah, Wizard of Oz moment. But I really think our enemies, I really think they're not even hiding this. And I mean, by our enemies, I think if you're on my side, you believe in freedom. You want the human species to procreate. We should be expanding to the stars. We should be thinking about, more than what we are right now. But it does seem to me that there's a group of individuals, a group of people within humanity right now that think humanity should be depopulated. And again, you could say, "Oh, Mark, that was a crazy thing to say." Really? Just Google it. They're all over the place. Really incredibly affluent, influential, affluent, incredibly rich people. They're all on record saying this. Bill Gates, he's another one of them. Bill Gates, sue me. You'll get $2 from me. Dude, you are on record saying this is what you believe in. Like, so we are in a really weird time. So this whole big pharma, to me, isn't just about the pharmaceutical industry. It is still part of a larger and I don't know, umbrella or envelope of something that's even more deeply rooted and more sinister than that. It's just one of the many ways. If you had the money and the resources, you wouldn't fight just on one front. You would fight on multiple fronts. That's what I would do. If I was a multi-billionaire, beyond billionaire, dude, I've often said this, and this will be my last thing. And this is where I know I'm right. I'm just a loser. I'm just an idiot. I'm just a guy. But if I was evil, the things that I've done in my life, the training I have, if I was evil, yeah, I could turn that around pretty fucking quickly. So it just lets me kind of know that, because I'm right on that cusp, and I've been on that cusp my whole life. I'm trying to be old, Mark, trying to be a better person. But yeah, if you think that there's people who aren't willing to do this stuff for money, fame, power, wealth, a promise of, a better tomorrow or a future, come on, man. You're just fooling yourself. That's my final comment right there. BCP, what do you got, sir?
Yeah, I would just say you could just look at our government and how they go in poor and they come out rich, and there's absolutely that. So I basically said everything I wanted to say before that, but to back you up, it's absolutely about money and power, and people that want that are going to fight for it, and people like us, we just really just want to live our lives and be happy and just live the best we can. And unfortunately, we have people that are just too power hungry, and they won't let us do it, and it sucks. I wish it was better than that.
I think one of the next live streams that we do, I'm going to talk about my decision-making process because I'm moving. I'm going to talk about my decision-making process for why I'm moving. And because you just nailed that on a bunch of different levels. Like, everybody needs to think about that stuff, where you're living, who you're associating with, what media you're digesting, where you are producing media, because that is what we all do now, right? Like, you know, I saw a good comedian, like, you know, they're, you know, hey, imagine dating a person where their whole thing was like, and here's me, here's me, here's me, here's me. Then I'm on breakfast, and then there's my dog. You know, that's what social media is for most people today. But if we actually realize, like, there are positive things about social media, it's giving us the chance to talk to each other right now. It doesn't matter that you know, we only reached like 5 people or whatever. That doesn't matter. If it's 5 people who care about this stuff, and if we can make a difference in one person's life, well, and so I will end it with this. I personally, give me a second. I just personally know, as a businessman who relies on social media for advertising, I know how much trouble I'm in with the social media gods. Like, dude, we are so shadow banned. We are so like, oh, I'm gonna strike this. I'm gonna do that. Yeah. We as a people need to figure out a way that we can all talk to each other honestly and do so freely without a quote unquote platform. Because if YouTube, Instagram, whatever it is, if they say, well, then you're not a platform anymore. Then you are a publisher. And then this is where I'm leaving it with. Then that shows us how pathetic our politicians are, because this is law. You're either a platform or you're a publisher. And if they start acting like a publisher, then they need to be treated like a publisher. So 230, we definitely, whatever happens, matter of fact, this is my closing statement. If Trump does win, and Donald Trump, if you're Mr. President, if you see this video or whatever, you've got to change the whole Section 230. Dude, Amazon, Google, Instagram, Facebook, Meta, these are publishers. These are not platforms anymore. And this is the public square. This has, and every Democrat and Republican politician out there, I'm right. This has to be curtailed and brought in line, or you're on the side of evil. Yeah, seriously. Then you're just going along with evil. Yeah. YouTube can censor Mark in BCP because YouTube just says it violates our TOS. But we didn't violate the TOS. Like, there's so many ways they are doing this right now. And they're doing it. So many people, like on Instagram, what was it, a week ago? Every knife maker was suddenly being banned on Instagram. Like, but because they made knives? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, we are in a very strange part in life. This now is my final comment. If you're watching this video, if you're listening to this video, you're watching it, live or after the fact, it doesn't matter. We're in an incredibly strange point in time, point in life, and point in history. The drugs that are being, that are inundating our society, that are being perpetuated upon our peoples, that's a whole fucking issue. Big Pharma, and they're making a shit ton of money. How in the hell can you make a drug and then you've got some 75-year? You're basically saying, I don't want the public to know what we did for 75 years. Dude, that's so clearly trying to cover your ass. And on top of it, our society is being tweaked. I just saw a little video today about some person, just talking about what it means to have a job. And it was, again, I hate to say it, a person who doesn't even know what a job means. No, this is life. You have to have a job. I'm like, well, otherwise go out into the wilderness and build your own community. And like, that is an option that's available to you under my version of reality. Yeah, if you want to do it, go do it. If you fail and you all die, well, then you fail and you all die. But if you succeed, well, then good on you. You don't have to be a slave to the corporate system. I'm okay with that. I'm totally okay with that idea. Paul, what do you think?
My last statement before we go is, Mark, you need to go to Target. You need to rush the store, buy a red Stanley cup fall on your face, bruise your knees, post it on TikTok, get 1 million+ views, then you've made it, Mark. That's what you need to do, because that's what happened recently. And that whole situation made Daily Mail or something like that. So, our society is so bleep that I have no idea how to phrase that, but it truly did happen. Some woman wanted to get a red, and the Stanley Cups that we have, right? The green ones that you take camping or hunting or whatever. Now they have all these different pastel colors and this stuff, and it's the latest craze. I'm like, I use Yetis. I don't use Stanley for that. But whatever. So everybody wants to buy them. This lady charges the line, trips, falls, and then she was the victim because people made fun of her and laughed at her, and she can never go back to Target again. I'm telling you got to look that up if you haven't read it. It's just ridiculous. But if you want a million views, Mark, go into Target, run after when they have some new item, trip, fall on your face plant, and post it on TikTok. That's the way we make money today. I'm done for the night. That's it. But okay.
Hey, I only did it once. Tonight. That was the only time. That was the only Mark, you're muted time the whole night.
Yeah.
Tonight. That wasn't bad. I only fucked it up once. All right. So how about this? We're at 3 hours and 35 minutes. It was a pretty good live stream. Seriously, I thought it was a great conversation. This is exactly how I wanted to spend my night tonight. So, and for everybody watching and anybody who watches it later, I hope this is how you want to spend your night. I hope this causes you to take a moment of pause to start thinking about what we're talking about. We are not proclaiming we have the answers. We're not saying we are right. What we are saying is, God damn it, you better grab yourself by the heels, by the ankles, and start thinking about what's really going on around you and why is it happening? And big pharma, dude, just if you're only kind of chiming in here at the end, rewind to the very beginning. There's so many, or just talk to your friends. Look around in your own community. Like, why in the hell is everyone being prescribed a drug? To Paul's point, where like, no, this is just normal. You're a 12-year-old kid. You're a 30-some-year-old male. You're a 40-some-year-old female. Like, these things happen. This is life. Like, sperm count, estrogen, whatever it is. Life is life. If there's a drug that can keep me alive for another 20 years, okay, that's a slightly different conversation. But if there's a drug that I'm going to take to somehow mitigate, well, actually, see, that's the positive side of the drug community. And I'm willing to admit that. So that's my closing statement. There's obviously very positive aspects of the medical community, the pharmaceutical community that can help us as human beings, as a society, as a species do better. But there's things that like we just intuitively know are wrong. It's a 12-year-old kid. He or she is confused about X, Y, or Z. And you're going to give them hormone blockers where they already have enough problems. Hormones at that level are already enough of a fucking problem. Think about the parents and what they're going through and what the kid's going through. And then you're going to make it worse by giving them a drug that already confuses their natural body and how they're reacting to the hormones and the estrogen and everything that's going on in their body at that point in time. Yeah, I think that's fucking evil. I just think that's evil, sir. I just do. What do you got, Paul?
I'm good.
Why don't you, if you don't mind, let's just end it right now.
Yep.
But you take us out. I'll bring it back to the both of us. But like, I can't do Jeremy. Like, I just can't. I love his outro. You and Jeremy are you are probably closer to Jeremy than I am in personality. I think you can probably do some type of outro. Give us an outro here.
The only outro I can give you is that I wish we had a recording of him doing that. I will not give an outro.
Well, you don't have to replicate what
Jeremy's
he
place.
does. You don't have to
But-
make it yours. Make it yours. Make it the substitute.
Yeah, I would just say, just be yourself. Don't trust but verify. Okay, now I'm quoting Reagan. So, and at the same time, don't pinpoint yourself into a specific area. Are you a Trump supporter? Are you a Republican? Are you a Democrat? Are you a liberal? Don't do that.
Yeah.
And that's where I am. I'm none of them. And I have sometimes where I agree with this person, sometimes I agree with them. You know who I vote for? The person I agree with the most. So, and at this point, yeah, do your own homework. So now I quote Glenn Beck too. So I'm quoting a bunch of these people that tell you to do this stuff, because I have no thoughts of my own. Thanks, Mark, for putting me on the spot. But
hey, that's what friends are for. That's what friends are for. I got to put you on the spot. Come on.
I agree with all of those people in there. I do think that do your own homework. Seriously. I mean, that really is the best thing. It doesn't have to be, from someone. Make sure you pay attention to everything. And that's the reason why most people fail. That's how people vote for people that, they didn't want to. And also encourage your local legislature to ban mail-in voting. It needs to go locally. Every state ban mail-in voting. The feds, they can allow it all they want, but if it doesn't have everything, we can do that. We're probably too late at this point. But mail-in voting is absolutely corrupt. So let's try and do that. If you show up, you show up. Great. You can't make it, absentee ballot. I did that my first time I voted because I was in college. So I have no problem with absentee ballot voting, but I do have a problem with just generic mail-in voting. So yeah, that wasn't quite an outro, but just the whole point is do your homework. Don't just vote for somebody blindly because they're the most popular candidate, and don't be afraid to vote for somebody in the primary, and then change your mind and vote for the lesser of two evils in the general. That's really how I've lived my life.
Well, that's a pretty good outro. I'm just going to add to it in the spirit of Jeremy, who's not here. I think he would add to. I think I'm speaking for him. He's not here. He can school me on this if I'm wrong, but that there's no single politician that's going to get us out of this. It just isn't. Like I hear so many people talking about Donald Trump is the answer to our future. Well, to some degree, I agree. To some degree, I accept that and I agree with that. Like if quote unquote Biden wins again, yeah, we're fucked. I mean, it doesn't mean we are all going to die, but we will all be in. It'll be the end of the Roman Empire at that point. If Donald Trump wins, there's so much evil that's going to take place. Like we'll still be knee deep in the struggle. Like it's not. If you believe in good versus evil, if you believe in that, we are nowhere near done with this. We are nowhere near out of the mud, so to speak, or however you want to phrase that. So therefore, we all better start waking up and realizing that there's a lot of shit that we need to do. And this podcast tonight, in my humble opinion, was designed to start getting people to think about that. Like, Big Pharma, really? You should just take these drugs because some doctor, dude, doctors aren't even doctors anymore. Not to rehash the whole argument, but just watch the podcast, think about this stuff, and bear with it. And then next week, we're going to have that same conversation about NATO. Why are we even involved in NATO? There are so many issues. If you are a freedom-loving American, I don't give a shit if you call yourself a Democrat. I don't give a shit if you call yourself a Republican. That is meaningless. To me, that's meaningless. I'm an American first and foremost, and I believe in the Constitution. I believe in our amendments, and that is the rule of law that we have to follow. If you want to change it, there's a process to make the change. If you don't want to, and I think this is where we are today, and this is where I'm ending it. There are a lot of people who don't believe in that, and they've made their point very clear. And it's not constitutional. It's not politically sound. It's not legally sound. You know, it's all based on violence, and it's all based on intimidation. That's, to me, that is the big thing that we all need to be. We need to be on. We need to be on point. We need to be paying attention to this kind of stuff, because that's the environment we're walking into. So yeah, you do you. But if you think it's all like, rainbows and unicorns, yeah, okay, we'll see what happens. That's what it's January, so I guess that's 9 months from now. We'll see what happens in the next 9 months. I don't know. Does that make sense, Paul?
Yeah, we have a nice comment by C-Stain. And after that, I would say we can wrap it up.
We had a nice comment from what? Oh, I see it. There it is. We'll show that up there.
Yeah, thank you.
Great podcast, guys. Well, clearly that person was drinking more than I was tonight. So, but whatever. Hey, but thanks. We appreciate it. See, I already lost one of my lights, so now we're done. All right, Paul. Hey, do your best to take us out. I'm going to bring you full screen. Well, actually, I'll leave it this screen right here. Do your best to emulate Redbeard. But what do you say? Should we wrap it up? Honestly, I hate to say this, boys and girls. I want to pour another drink, and I actually want to have a cigar and talk to Paul on the phone after all this is done, because we've laid it out there. You've got to do your own. You now have to do your own research. You have to do it for yourself. Figure out what you want to do, where you think life should go. We're not trying to tell you what you should or shouldn't do. We're just simply trying to point out the weird discrepancies. Like, hey, when they say this, then why doesn't that apply in this other situation, which is the same fucking situation? Whatever it is. So again, my personal final comments is I'm neither a Democrat or a Republican. So how are you? Hey, oh, they said this, they said that. Like, really? They all say this shit. That we're in a weird spot. This is a weird spot in history. I don't know. Does that make sense, Paul? Like, how do I say that? How do I say that? Like, we really are a generation that is in a moment of history that is going to be known historically. Like, and if we succeed or fail, we're going to be known for one of those two things. We will either be known as the generation of humans that totally fucked us all up, or we will be known as the generation of humans that pulled their heads out of their asses and fixed things and figured it out. That's where I think we are. Seriously, that's me.
Yep.
Take us out, Paul. Take us out.
Yeah. So I'll keep it simple. Jeremy is far more articulate than I am with this, but we have a republic currently, and we're trying to keep it. I don't believe that we will find out the answers in my lifetime or Mark's lifetime. We're just too old. We just need to make sure that we make every effort to preserve this constitutional republic, right? Even though Ben Franklin said republic, I've been corrected. It's a constitutional republic, and I fully agree with that. So we need to protect this constitutional republic the best we can and prevent socialism from taking over for the future of our children and grandchildren. Absolutely, 100%. That's my goal. I know it won't happen in my lifetime, but I'm going to, do what I have to do to make sure that does happen.
And I hope everybody who's watching this takes that, onto themselves and does the best that they can as well. and honestly, I think that's what God is looking for. Just do the best you can, and we have to do the best that we can to make sure for the safety of future generations. So, okay, last little comment. Inside baseball, Paul. I've had these conversations with Paul and Redbeard and the whole team. I personally think that in my lifetime, I'm never going to see anything better than Obama era economics. And if you were alive during Obama era economics, it sucked. But I think that's the best that people in in their 50s, 60s, and 70s, that's the best we have to look forward to. But we're not fighting this fight for us. We're fighting this fight for future generations. We're fighting this fight for the future of humanity. Yeah, it's going to suck for us. And I think, Paul, that's what you just said. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I agree.
Well, hey, why don't you take us out? I mean, seriously. So we're split screen right now, but why don't you take us out, sir? Seriously. And let's just end this live stream here tonight. There's still a handful of people watching. And for all of you people who are watching, God bless you. We say it all the time, but we really mean it. I know that sounds horrible, but thank you for being here. Share these videos. Hang on. Don't share the videos. That's not the important thing. Take this conversation. You're here with us tonight. Take these conversations and your thoughts, and maybe we've given you some additional thoughts that maybe change your brain or make you look at something a little different. Well, whatever the case is, it doesn't matter. But what matters is you have got to go out there and start spreading this message as well. It isn't spreading this podcast. All of us need to reach out to everybody that we know, everybody that we interact with, even if it's just tangentially interaction. We've got to start trying to figure out a way that we as humans communicate with other humans that it's actually okay to be a human. And we don't prescribe to bullshit. No, 2 + 2 doesn't equal potato. That's not how that works. And if you've got an XY chromosome, well, then you're a boy. That's how that works. Anyway, Paul, does that make sense at the end? What I'm trying to say?
I would say thank you to everyone that has watched this. And I agree with Mark. Don't necessarily share this. It's 3 hours and 50 minutes long. Take the content and take notes on it and pass those notes on to somebody else, or download the video and take, segments and pass that on. It's tough to recommend a 351-minute video. I mean, I hope you'll watch it and recommend it, but in reality, if you weren't here live, it's a long podcast, and I think that there's still a lot of value in this, and I hope everyone has time. So if you have a weekend and you're out and doing stuff, listen to an hour here, an hour there, and maybe by Monday you'll be done. But it's seriously though, the content, and I appreciate those compliments that we got and everybody that watched, because we really need to get this information out, and unfortunately we're kind of short on time. So we try and get as much as we can out to everyone to let you know that you're not alone. That's the other thing. You're not alone. We're here. We agree. You probably agree with us, and a lot of people that don't see us agree with us. And we want to make sure that this content is out there so that, there is hope out there. We're not black-pilled yet. We're black-pilled in some areas, not others. This one, we're white-pilled. We have hope for society. We have to be. If we are not, then we give up. And we will never give up. We will never quit. Right, Mark? What do you say?
So before, and so this is what's awesome. Paul, I've never had a beer with Paul. But here's what I love about Paul. Paul was just saying that, and my brain was already going into I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to give up. And then he said those comments. I was already thinking about that before Paul said that shit. So I hope you are that same type of person, because that's what we're trying to do. And if you are that person, this podcast is for you. Like what we're talking about, what we're trying to do, and if you're not that person, well, then maybe we can convince you to come over to our side. But like, God damn it, don't ever fucking quit. Don't ever give up. Like, dude, it's not over until it is actually over. And at the end of the day, so many of these topics that we've covered in our podcast, how in the hell would you be on the other side of what we're talking about? I know that sounds kind of cheap, like, we're playing to an audience, but like, you think it's okay to rape children? Do you think it's okay to physically mutilate children? Do you think it's okay do you like communism? Is that like, if that's your thing, then make your argument. That's not who we are. That's not what we're trying to do with this podcast. So I love what you just said right there, Paul, because I think that kind of sums it up. Seriously, sir.
Okay.
My beard is not as cool as yours and Jeremy's. It's getting there. It's getting there.
All right. Well, let's give it a whirl here, and then we'll wrap it up. We'll keep it under 4. We got to keep it under 4.
Well, hey, why don't you just wrap it up right now? You be Jeremy. Go ahead, wrap it up. I'm kind of
twice.
hey, I'm not gonna lie. Like, okay, look. So this is like I'll just be honest. It's a Friday. It's a Saturday night. It's a fun.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we do. I mean it very seriously. I would rather be here with you guys doing this than being in a bar. I'm about to pour my 3rd drink because this drink is almost empty. Yeah, I'm a little bit buzzed. I'm having a couple drinks, but I'm not drunk. I'm not diluted. I'm not stupid. So, Paul, why don't you just take us out? Because there's something to be said about, like, you drink a little bit of alcohol, you do a little bit of drugs up to a certain point, and that can open your mind and make you more receptive or more.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying. Why are you laughing? Come on.
I'm thinking about the jellyfish alien right about now.
Where did that come from? That had nothing to do with having like 2 drinks. Like jelly. I'm not. Oh my God, there's jellyfish aliens all around me. Where did that come from?
I don't know. It's been on my mind since before we started this because I was watching stuff. It's just crazy. But no, I will try my 3rd try. I don't have some great speech that Redbeard has, but again, I appreciate everybody that's watching or watches later or gets parts of this and everything. But again, just make sure that and as Mark mentioned, we don't have to agree on everything. If you agree with child mutilation and that kind of stuff, we probably have. I have no time for you. That's disgusting. But if you agree with, okay, so some of the people crossing over the border are, they're truly people trying to asylum seekers. I can talk to you about that. We can work together on that. We might agree on other things, right? Maybe we have some things we agree. There are some red lines that we will all have. And unfortunately, I believe that those on the left that are the AOC types, their red line is anybody that disagrees with anything that I have to say. And if you're that person, we're not for you. Yeah. But if you are a person that says, all right, I'm anti-gun, but I am pro-American, well, we can talk about that. We just have to, we need to go into detail as to, your anti-Second Amendment and why that. And we'll probably never agree on that. And that might be a red line.
But see, I disagree with you right there. Because if we do what you just said, we actually can find a common ground because we will talk about this. And if you are a serious adult, we will find a common ground. Like, okay, maybe in this circumstance, this shouldn't be allowed, but in these, But again, if we all take a step back and realize that we have a constitution, we have a foundational document that gives us the guidance from where we go from that. If we all acknowledge that, we can all find common ground. I mean, that's what used to happen. That used to happen in life. Liberals and conservatives found common ground back in the 70s and 80s. We're
And
not
90s,
doing that anymore. We're not.
especially the 90s.
Yeah.
The 90s were great because Republicans and Democrats worked together. So, we can go back there. Who cares about the blue dress and all that stuff? We got things worked out then. We had Democrats and Republicans working together. My point, my outgoing statement is the Constitution is not a living document. If you want to use those terms, the Constitution is a living document through the amendment process. End of story.
Well done, sir. Well done. Well done. No, you're absolutely right. It's not a living document. It's only a living document through the amendment process. And there is a process for that. You're absolutely fucking right. God, dude, high five. I'm totally high-fiving you on that. All right, so let's wrap it up there on that point right there. BCP, any final comments? Otherwise, I'll take us out.
Take us out.
You got nothing to say? Come on, a little joke or something? Come on, you got to have something to say.
Nope. Because then I'll go off the rails with that. I'm good.
Well, how about then? I'm going to press you for a final comment. So, what were you drinking tonight? What was your drink of choice? Like, what are you doing?
Man, I had bourbon, but that was about 3 hours ago. So
Okay.
I ran out, and I had a Coca-Cola Zero and water. I'm parched now. I need some.
Well, so once we're done with this, I'm going to pour a vodka tonic, and then I'm going to give you a phone call, and we'll do our AAR, and I'll smoke a cigar. So,
Sounds
so
good.
for anybody watching this, it's Saturday night, wherever you are in the world, especially for Stelly from New Zealand. I don't think you can actually have a drink right now because it's the morning for you. But for those of us in Europe and America, have a drink. Think about this, ponder this stuff, talk to your friends. And I think that is what we are really trying to accomplish. Paul, I don't want to speak for you, but tell me if I'm right or wrong. Our ultimate goal is just simply to get you guys, other people, to present you with a different perspective of thought and to give you some references or something where you're in a better position to this makes sense, and you're in a better position to argue with other people, because this is where I am ending it, and this is my perspective, and we'll come into this in the future episodes. This is a struggle between good and evil, and evil really exists. I didn't think about this before, but no, Satan exists. There is evil. Evil is walking this planet, and each and every one of us, we have to make a decision. What side are you going to be on? You're going to be on the side of good, or you're going to be on the side of evil? You do you. That's my final comment right there.
Yeah. And it's not all about the United States either.
No, it has nothing to do with the United States.
Yeah. We talk a lot about the Constitution of the United States, but this is globally. I know to be careful, because we pick on the left about their globalism, but at the same time we want to unite globally for those that are for independence. So you're independent in your country, or you come here and enjoy our independence, or we're independent. You know what I mean.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. All right, so Paul, if with your permission, I'll just end this right now. So,
yep.
Hey, thank you to everybody who's been with us. I don't care if you came in on the last half, you were here for the whole podcast, both to Blackbeard and Redbeard, Jeremy, who was here earlier. Everybody's got to go. We all have our own lives to live. It's complicated, right? You've got kids, you got, spouses, whatever it doesn't matter. Thank you to each and every one of you who watches this podcast, who was here during the live stream. It doesn't matter. But each and every one of us need to take a look. We need to take a step back and look at this situation and ask ourselves, what side of the line are you going to be on? That's my final comment. You're either on the side of righteousness, good, or you're on the side of evil. You do you. You do you. And if you're on the side of evil, then I'll meet you on the battlefield. That's my final comment right there. Then I'll meet you on the battlefield. If you're my ally, then I will shake hands with you and buy you a beer and bring you into my house and share my food with you. But we are clearly at the point where it's good versus evil. And for those who are on the side of evil, then I'll see you on the battlefield. Paul, any kind of last comments right there?
Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.
All right, there it is. Hey, for everybody watching, thank you very much for being here with us tonight. It's been a long night. It's a 3-hour shit. This is a 4-hour podcast. Oh my God. I thought it was 3 hours. I just thought it was 4 hours. Well, no, see, but again, I'd rather do this than go to a bar. So for all of you people, boys and girls, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I got to give a shout out for that, AVV dude. He was here for the majority of the podcast, made some great comments, obviously a participant. And that would be my final comment. So this isn't about social media. This isn't about likes, and this isn't about, whatever. It's about you being engaged. It's about you trying to figure out what you're going to do in your life and how you're going to address these situations and what, again, big pharma, evil, Satan, whatever. So AVV, KK, all of those people, and to even if you didn't make a comment, the ultimate point is each and every one of us have to look at ourselves in the mirror and figure out what we're going to do. And this is the point in time in history where you're going to have to do that, or you're going to look at yourself in the mirror and say, yeah, I didn't do shit, and now here's where I am. So that's my final comment. Paul, any final comments?
Nope. Have a good night, everyone.
All right, everybody, be good, be safe, keep thinking, keep moving, never quit. All right, everybody, be good. Woo!